fat one.
Fat activism.
Fat liberation.
Promoting obesity.
Anti-fatness.
Fat, bad, unhealthy.
My body, okay?
Plus size.
Body diversity.
Or fatphobia.
Fat accepted.
This is what fatphobia actually is. You need to replace that with the salad and go to the gym and stop eating. You don't need to eat.
That's a valid advice. You don't have to eat for a whole year.
My brother has fat phobia.
I wish I had a bro like yours.
Throughout this video, I want to share my thoughts about making healthy habits and what helped me on my health journey.
But these sprinkles are the best.
Don't believe in fat phobia? Just imagine what the comment section would look like on that video if that person was fat.
Well, of course. That person does not have the luxury to eat this. They already ate all the sprinkles for their lifetimes.
So you're saying life isn't fair, got it.
Of course it's a fat person complaining.
Why does this have to be about you?
When thinking about lifelong health, start small, make gradual changes. As first step of your health journey, you can try eliminating all sugary drinks from your diet, lowering your alcohol intake, and try to avoid sweets.
Is it fatphobic to not want to date someone that is overweight or what you would consider fat?
No, because everyone has just their preferences and everyone has things that they like and don't like about who they're dating.
Do you think the term fatphobic should exist?
No. I don't think a lot of people are actually like, when people say fatphobic, I don't know if you're actually fatphobic. A lot of people care about their health, and which isn't a bad thing, but...
True.
Well, I'm fat, and when I had lost weight I got a lot of attention. Then when I put it back on I was ignored completely. People are fat phobic to a degree. We all have choices, it's not an unfair game.
As next step for improving your health is increasing your physical activity. This does not have to be anything special. You can try walking or jogging few times a week. Occasional activities will add up and boost your weight loss, cardio, and mental health.
There's at least one male friend that you have that has suppressed his feelings for you.
Unless you're fat, and then you have a long list of men who used you and manipulated you into an emotional connection where you helped them through all of their bullshit, and they, in turn, ghosted you when they found something younger and hotter to fuck, okay? I'm looking at you, Brandon, Dylan, Joe, Kyle, and...
Unless you have no friends, a secret love will never be an issue for me.
As next step to improving your health can be being mindful of what you eat. We all know what is good or bad for your health, but we can put it to practice. Occasional burger or wedding cake or night out drinking won't kill your progress, but try making better choices.
I found out as a fact that if you are skinnier, you do get treated better.
This is 100% true, and thin people will try to gaslight you and say that you're making it up.
Of course people will treat you better if you treat yourself better.
And then thin people will say, it's because your attitude must have changed, it's not because of your weight loss.
Next step on your journey to perfect health can be improving your fitness. Amp up your activities to cardio and weight training. Incorporate cardio and weightlifting few times a week. This does not mean that you have to go to the gym. You can invest few bucks for home equipment like set of dumbbells, resistance bands, etc.
You know what it never was? That serious. It was never that serious. Quite frankly, would never be that serious. Never.
What are you proud of? What is not serious?
Next step of your health journey will be putting it all together. Make habits. Let your work days be the days you are disciplined. Be a robot on your work days. Find what fits in your schedule and follow that for 5 days, and let the weekend be your deserved rest. Make a habit of working out every day after your work shift ends, then prepare the healthy meal at home. Or wake up early and finish your fitness requirements before others wake up. This way you will start the day with positive mindset and advantage, so only good will follow.
This is your friendly fat reminder to tell you that this right here, actually, it's not called a fupa. This is a belly. And I'm a big bitch who weighs over 300 pounds, and I happen to have a big belly. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with being fat.
Tell that to your doctor.
My belly is my best friend. I tell her thank you every day for being here with me. Self-love. Belly love.
The next step of your health journey I will call the final stage, as this is where I'm at. So don't know what will follow next. Do not be extreme, make exceptions, but practice your daily health habits and start thinking more about the big picture. How does the gut microbiome affect your hormones, weight loss, and mood? How does coffee affect you, and whether it's good or bad for you? The importance of good sleep. Supplementation with things like probiotics, brewer's yeast, or consuming fiber. Lifestyle, diet strategy, etc. I can go more on these topics if you wish.
If you're not fat, you can keep scrolling. Okay, I was just wondering if this is like a common fat person experience. I was at a party the other night and I met this guy who's like, oh my god, my friend looks just like you. And I was already like, okay, let's see her. And he pulls out his phone, pulls up her Insta or whatever. And this girl is like a foot shorter than me, has black hair, her face looks nothing like mine, but she's also plus size. And I was like, what? Do you just see two fat people and think like, twins?
Sure, I thought you were Tess Holiday. Are you?
I was the only plus-size, mid-size girly along with one other girl in my class. Every teacher mixed us up.
I used to get people say I looked like Adele all the time.
If you eat less and move more, you'll lose weight. If you eat less, move more, and eat plenty of protein, you'll lose body fat. If you eat less, move more, eat plenty of protein, and strength train, you'll lose body fat and build muscle.
But I want to eat more, move less, and lose body fat.
Hi, virtual mermaid. How are you? What do you work with at your weight? I am going to try to read that correctly. And I think you're asking me, what do I do for work at this weight? Because there is such a stereotype that if you're as fat as I am, heaviest weight being 598 pounds, currently down to 557, that we simply cannot work in the workforce.
It's not a stereotype. Most 600 pounds are not working because they can't.
And I am here to inform you and everyone else that was curious that I do in fact work full time. I work Monday through Friday, 8 to 3. And I work an office job. Yes, I am sitting at a desk for a majority of my day. I will not deny that. However, it is outside of my home, and I go to work, and the kitchen and bathroom for my job are actually on the other side of the building. So I am walking frequently down to the bathroom. I go to the kitchen to heat up my breakfast.
Wow, you are walking to the bathroom? You walk to prepare your meal? You must burn off all your calories.
My water is actually in the warehouse, so I have to walk to the warehouse every time I fill up my water. I also have to, sorry, I'm making lunch for work tomorrow. I actually have to, part of my job, I work with adults with developmental disabilities. I am a case manager for a nonprofit, a program coordinator, if you will. And part of my job is interacting with my clients. So I work in the community division, community employment division. So I do walk around and interact with my clients as they are working their job. So yeah, definitely work full time. And the thing that's shocking about this is...
It's shocking that you measure your spinach. You are measuring leaves. 0-calorie leaves.
That's the job I have now. When I was about 420 pounds, all the way to 513, I was a full-time bartender. I worked in the restaurant business, and I was a full-time bartender on my feet, being a bartender. I'm sure you guys all know bartenders, they don't have chairs. They don't sit. And I did that job up until I was about 515, and then I got the job I have now. So there's definitely a stereotype, and I get it, like shows like 600-pound life and things like that. There is a large majority of feller fat asses like myself that don't work and collect Social Security, but I am not collecting Social Security because I'm fat. I work full time.
You lost your breath talking. I think that assumption is valid.
And yeah, so I am just finishing. I'm trying to grab some chicken, jelly chicken, that I'm gonna measure on my wrap for work tomorrow. We don't want grams, we want ounces. 1.7. Let's see, 2 ounces. 2 ounces on that one. Let's just do two. I'm trying to get used to this TikTok thing. What I am not is a content creator full time. So I am trying to get used to this TikTok thing, and I'm trying to like do multiple things at once, and it's kind of not my forte.
Please do continue your content creation, even though you are too busy, as we can see.
So yeah. So I have these wraps. I did prep my breakfast that I will cook to bring to said full-time job tomorrow. So yeah. What do you work with at your weight? I work as a case manager at a nonprofit for an agency that works with adults with developmental disabilities, and I happen to work in the community employment division. La 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 la. So yeah, you can be fat and you can work and pay fucking taxes.
Yes, but burden the society in different ways.
And yeah, make too much money to qualify for any help. Maybe not working is the way to go. Psych. I've been working since I was 14. The only time I did not work was the pandemic. So I think I'm doing pretty good. Bye, mermaid. Maybe not working is the way to go.
The realization.
And pay taxes. Too much taxes. Your multitasking is on point every day.
Are y'all Barbie girls or black girls?
Barbecue. Body shaming is so casual. They're often cloaked in jokes, so it's harder to call out. For example, I've seen so many videos recently go really viral on this app where people are talking about having big backs, and they're like stuffing their back and their stomach, just their entire torso, with pillows, and then like hunch walking over to get some food or talking about food. This is at best just body shaming and at worst disordered. Our culture already really moralizes food and body size, and we don't need any more jokes or anything normalizing that behavior. This makes people not want to eat. This makes people not want to listen to their bodies. This makes people really ashamed and really self-conscious and fuels eating disorders. But then myself and others are the weird ones for calling it out because it was cloaked in a joke.
How can other people's sense of humor bother you? It's not hateful. This literally has nothing to do with you.
If you cloak things in humor, it has to be innocent. You just can't take a joke. This is what people mean when they say, call out body shaming, call out fatphobia, call out all these things as you see it. Sometimes they're not as obvious. Sometimes they're casual and funny and quirky and relatable. But that doesn't nullify that they play into and create the systems that we live in. It is actually okay and really good to be more critical about the media you consume. It has impacts, and you don't have to be a wet blanket. Doesn't have to be labeled any certain way. Inclusivity doesn't have to be bad. You can make jokes that don't shame food and eating and already marginalized bodies.
Why don't you refocus this energy into bettering yourself instead of trying to change others?
Just wanted to say that I have lost 50 pounds and I have never felt healthier.
My big back already thinking about what I'm gonna eat tomorrow.
Okay, let's be real. If you can't handle the fat jokes, lose the weight, okay?
That's what I'm saying.
Let's be real. Okay, let's be real.
Spring has sprung, and if you are fat, existing in a larger body, wear whatever the fuck you want. It's still cold where I am, so I'm still wearing a sweatshirt. But if you're in an area where it's starting to get warm, it's starting to get really sunny, then wear whatever the hell you want. Wear a tube top, go braless, wear short shorts, wear a mini dress, wear a tank top, wear spaghetti straps, wear a regular t-shirt, wear anything. Just because you are in a larger body doesn't mean that you can't wear what you want, or that you should be abused or harassed or mocked for keeping yourself cool.
You know what is cool? Being healthy. And what's with the larger bodies phrase? Just say fat. Being fat.
Like, we shouldn't be judged for going bare, and we shouldn't be judged for layering up. Like, it can be cooler to wear a baggy t-shirt. Why do people assume we're trying to hide ourselves and we're insecure because we're wearing that? But also, why do we get harassed if we don't wear that? Wear whatever the hell you want. It's not that serious. If your arms are fat, if your arms have rolls, if your back has rolls, if your neck is big, if your back of your neck is big, if your back is big, if your legs are big, who cares? These are just such arbitrary beauty standards, and you don't have to buy into them. They don't have any real meaning, so who cares? Keep yourself cool. Keep yourself chillin'. Wear whatever makes you feel the most confident.
But you make everything about your weight. Your weight is everything. What will happen if somehow you lose weight? Will you lose everything? Your character, persona, the meaning of life.
Seeing another plus-size influencer lose weight just to turn and blame the body-positive community.
Maybe because majority of the people in this group are promoting life-threatening habits?
Body positivity is so important, but I think when someone wants to make a change in a healthy way, that is also body positivity, and I have seen some people in the community make others feel very guilty.
Can you not eat until 2 p.m.? Drink coffee, drink water, and in the morning get up and just get on, either run or get on some exercise bike and just pedal like someone's chasing you with a syringe full of poison. When you've been asleep all night, your fuel reserves, like you've got fuel in your fat, got fuel in your muscles that can be burned, and you've got fuel in your liver. It's called glycogen. And when you wake up early, all of that is as low as it's going to be because you haven't been eating anything. Gotcha. And so if you exercise then, your body starts dropping into your body fat stores quicker.
This is a song that I wrote about being fat at a Chinese buffet. It's my second favorite, aside from Jimmy Buffett. R.I.P.
Best songwriter on TikTok.
I'm fat. Of course I know it's unhealthy and taking years off my life. It's the entire point. I'm fat. Of course it's genetic. Addiction runs in the family. I'm fat. Of course I spend more money on plus-size clothes. There's hella more fabric. So when I'm fat, of course I'm happy. The world's ending, and I got a first-class ticket. I'm fat, and of course I'm healthy. My doctor knows damn well I'd sue him if he said anything otherwise.
Obesity inducts inflammatory signals to the hair follicle stem cells, which disrupts their regeneration.
I'm fat, but of course I don't have any health problems. I'm always out of breath and it's hard to do things, but that's because of fatphobia. The doctor's not listening to me. It has nothing to do with the fact that my fupa restricts my movement. I'm fat. Of course I'm doing the best I can, and you shouldn't say shit. Because otherwise I'd make the choice to be skinny. I'm fat. Of course I attribute my healthy blood work to my weightlifting, avocados, spurg lettuce, and peanut butter because I benefit from fat privilege. Which means I haven't lived long enough in reality to know that most health problems come on suddenly without warning.
Ukulele users are weird. Of course I don't get it.
Wait, you're so beautiful. Don't call yourself fat, you're beautiful.
Fat is an adjective, not a slur. You can be fat and beautiful. It's not exclusive.
Self-awareness is hot.
You should have 1,200 calories a day.
Okay. And how many at night?
The baddest girls eat when they're hungry.
Oh my god, stop. What are you doing? Eating a taco from Taco Bell. You really shouldn't be eating that. I shouldn't fuel my body because why? It's just not good for your health. Okay, so what? You see all these other thin people eating the exact same thing I am, yet you're targeting me? Well, yeah, because they're thin. They don't need to be told anything. Oh, so I see. You're just fat phobic, and anytime a fat person is happy living, you don't want them to be. You have to do something about it. You just have to, right? Yeah, well, guess what? I don't give a fuck. I might eat my taco.
First, yes, you shouldn't be fueling your body since you have more than enough fuel. Second, fat person is happy living. This shouldn't be right. You are saying life is food. And third, of course thin people can eat that because obviously they do not overeat it.
1. Fat phobia doesn't exist. 2. Nobody ever actually says anything like this. 3. If you eat the same as thin people, then why are you fat?
Hey besties, this is your Fat Babe reminder to eat that cheeseburger at the damn beach. That's right, I said it. Put that bikini on, take your food down to the beach, and snack your little heart away. I don't care if someone's looking at you. You've got to eat, right? So do they. Just because you're a fat babe on the beach doesn't mean you can't eat. Oh, and don't forget to take those bloody pickles off. Ew. Love you. Nom 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 nom.
Okay, you don't need to hide or anything, but why draw attention on purpose? This cannot be right. What are you proud about?
I love you because you're confident and your TikTok helped me feel comfortable in my body, thank you.
What if I told you that a large part of achieving your goals and living a fulfilling life boils down to how you choose to respond to difficult situations? Responsibility is about acknowledging your choices and actions, while accountability is about taking ownership of the consequences, both good and bad. Let's be honest, blaming others or making excuses feels easier in the short term, but in the long run, it keeps you stuck. By taking responsibility, you shift your mindset from being a victim of circumstance to being the captain of your own ship.
The way I know anti-fatness is not about health is that if somebody came on this app tomorrow and was like, hey guys, did you know that if you inject yourselves with lead, it'll cause loss of appetite and weight loss? And a lot of you would do it.
We will have to compare the negatives, whether lead poisoning is less harmful than obesity-related illnesses. I'm so scared what Ozempic is gonna do to people.
And people who genuinely need Ozempic for medical reasons that have no access to it now.
Weight loss can be a medical reason.
Today we're talking about weight loss. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ugh, another weight loss video? But trust me, this one's different as you will see examples of how not to be. We're ditching the fad diets and unrealistic expectations and focusing on sustainable, healthy ways to reach your goals.
I think that very thin people do get discriminated, but I think you are thinking skinny as maybe normal weight. Some people are very thin and can't help it.
I don't understand why people can't just self-educate themselves on these topics when they clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Okay, now I'm gonna try to be nice. 1, there's no such thing as a normal fucking weight. The fact that you're implying that there's a normal fucking weight is fat phobia and fat phobic.
But wait, there must be a normal weight, if not weight at least a weight range. Or should we call it healthy weight instead of normal weight? And the comment is so on point. When all of you fat activists say skinny or thin people, you are referring to normal weight.
The fact that you say, I think that very thin people do get discriminated without providing any evidence or proof is not okay. Because 1, you're wrong. Because no, really thin people, or normal-sized people in your terms, no, you don't fucking get discriminated based on your fucking body size. Because we live in a society that values thin people. You don't get denied a job for being thin or skinny. You don't get paid less for being thin or skinny.
Again, thin or normal. And of course fat people will be paid less since health insurance for these workers is higher. They're less productive, they use more sick days, etc.
You don't receive no medical advice or no medical treatment for being skinny or thin.
That doesn't happen. But all of those things happen to people that are fat because of their fucking body. So no, thin people do not get discriminated against systematically in our fatphobic society for being thin when being thin is literally valued. Some people are thin and can't help it. Yeah, no fucking shit. Never said that all thin people are starving themselves. Like, what? But guess what? Some people are fat and can't fucking help it.
Maybe some yes. There are conditions that we do not know about, but most of you are not. Most of you are this weight because you enjoy food too much. Just try to enjoy other things. There is more to life.
But guess what? Some people are fat and can't fucking help it. Like, do you not understand that it fucking goes both ways? Thin people exist and fat people exist without being able to help it. But guess what? That doesn't mean the thin people get discriminated against in our society because of their thinness. Because thinness is valued in our society and fatness is not. Hence the systemic discrimination and fatphobia. So instead of making uneducated comments and thinking you know what you're talking about when you literally don't, just Google it. Fucking educate yourself. Oh my God. Thank you. And like, stop making these comments on fat people's posts. It's so fucking annoying.
As someone who's been both, you are speaking out of your arse and don't know anything.
You sound ignorant, girly, and honestly just hateful.
Here's the good news. There is a good way to lose fat. A way that focuses on feeling good, making healthy choices, and creating sustainable habits for the long haul. So, let's dive in. Number 1. Focus on habits, not restrictions. Our bodies are amazing machines, but they don't like being shocked by sudden changes. Crash diets might lead to quick results, but they're almost impossible to maintain. Instead, let's focus on building healthy habits that fit into your lifestyle.
I'm certain less people are going to see this than have seen my other videos, but I'm going to say it anyway. I have never said that they should recast already established thin characters, played by thin actors, with fat actors. I have said, don't use fat suits. Now, what does that mean? People always go to Thor in Endgame. It's always Thor in Endgame. And they're like, well, what do you want? To recast Thor? What do you want? To make Chris Hemsworth gain the weight? No, what I want is for them to stop using weight gain as a plot point. It's that simple. Cut him being fat from the movie. Cut the fatphobic fat jokes from the movie. Cut the fat suit from the movie. And it's fine. That's all you need to do. That's all.
So you want us to live in a world where gaining weight is not a thing. People are born fat, we are all fat, and losing weight is a crime. Got it.
It's the result of his depression from the last 5 years. They do play it for laughs mostly, which Marvel has a problem with doing.
Back to losing weight. Here are some ideas. Swap sugary drinks for water. It's a simple change with a big impact. Fill half your plate with veggies. They're packed with nutrients and low in calories. Cook more meals at home. You have more control over ingredients and portion sizes. Find an exercise you actually enjoy. Walking, dancing, swimming. Anything that gets you moving. Fat activist received unwanted, but genuinely positive intention comment while exercising in the park.
I said keep doing what you do and you gonna be slim and trim.
The woman wanted to support her efforts.
What? Oh, yes, ma'am.
She probably was at the point herself or knows someone who has and wanted to share words of encouragement.
Share words of encouragement when people ask for it. This was weird.
How does this look like? Hey, please encourage me? If this was not okay, why do you smile about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's read the activist's thought about the situation in the description of the video.
And every time this happens, I'm expected to smile, to just laugh it off, because how dare I, as a fat person,
get mad when someone wants to encourage me or motivate me? I should be grateful, right? That strangers care about my health enough to take time out their day to interrupt mine?
Remember, weight loss is a marathon, not a sprint. Don't try to overhaul your entire life overnight. Start small, celebrate your wins, big or small, and don't be afraid to adjust your approach along the way. Here are some tips. Set realistic goals. It's all dependent on your starting weight, but aiming to lose 1 pound per week is a safe and sustainable pace for most. Don't deprive yourself. Allow yourself occasional treats. Restrictive diets lead to cravings and binges. Find a support system. Tell your friends and family about your goals. Having a cheerleader can make all the difference. Do not join the fat acceptance community.
My dear, sweet child, that's what I do. It's what I live for.
No. You live for food. This is secondary.
And that's why we love her.
Weight loss is fantastic, but it's not the only measure of health. Focus on how you feel. Do you have more energy? Can you move your body with ease? Are you sleeping better? These are all great indicators of progress.
Back with another sneaky perk of being fat. I don't have to worry about my boyfriend leaving me if I get fat, because I'm already fat, and I've been fat the whole time, and he hasn't left.
Of course, there are people who prefer bigger, but what is your point?
So if I get pregnant and I have a kid and my body changes or whatever, it wouldn't even be that different. Some fat people don't even realize they're pregnant because they already have so much weight that they carry in their stomach. No difference. No worries here. I don't have to fear weight gain because everything weight gain would bring, I'm already dealing with. I am living people's worst case scenario and my life isn't over. Everything is fine. Everything's still happening. I'm still doing good.
So you cannot get even bigger and unhealthier?
And that would blow the minds of so many people who live every day in fear of even gaining a few pounds and getting just a teeny bit closer to what I look like. I feel sorry for you guys because you will never know that your worst fear isn't really that bad. And I bet you spend a lot more energy thinking about your body than I spend thinking about mine. And that's another sneaky perk of being fat.
But why are you convincing everybody that your life is awesome and encouraging others to gain weight? To be awesome like you?
No, but for real, when people ask if they should lose weight before dating, I tell them finding someone who likes fat people will save you so much energy in the future, lol.
My sneaky perk of being fat is that guys tend to leave me alone, LMAO.
Remember, weight loss is a personal journey. Don't compare yourself to others, and be kind to yourself along the way. Celebrate your non-scale victories. Prioritize healthy habits, and find what works for you. With dedication and a positive mindset, you can reach your goals and feel amazing in the process.
Listen, it's one thing to be a plus-size influencer, body-positive influencer, and then decide you want to lose weight. It's a very different thing to see your followers who followed you because of this body-positive messaging get upset and angry or confused about why suddenly you are saying the opposite of everything you've been saying for the past few years.
But they will get angry simply because you are losing weight. Losing weight is fatphobic. People are jealous.
For you as the influencer who's now losing weight, to make that out to be bigotry is fucking wild. I hear these people talking like the body positive community is toxic. They wanted me to be unhealthy.
Not the whole, and not the body positivity, but the fat acceptance community for sure wants whole world to be fat. I know you use these two terms interchangeably.
It's like, no, those people followed you because they thought it was a safe space where they weren't going to have to experience the fat phobia and harassment and terrible treatment they experience every day in the real world.
Or you just dislike anyone who does not accept your delusions.
And now, without any warning or explanation, you have turned that around and it's no longer a safe space for them. They're gonna be confused. They might be angry. They're probably going to unfollow because you built your platform on the opposite of what you are doing right now. And that's not to say that weight loss and body positivity are completely incompatible, because I think body positivity is unconditional no matter what size your body's at, and you can be body positive at any size. And that's kind of the point. But a lot of y'all are throwing fat people under the bus and saying really gross and mean things, both about your former self and by extension, also about the people that still follow you. So please, just don't act like people deciding they don't want to see your content anymore is like somehow oppressive to you.
It's okay to change your lifestyle and lose weight. It's not okay to be fatphobic AF while you do it.
Losing weight can be very beneficial for many people. It can also be very harmful for some. You can lose weight while still believing people of every size deserve respect.
Okay, everybody else keeps doing this and I want to do it, but how old do I look? Alright, I'm ready. I can take it.
45?
You look like a queen years old girly. You're timeless.
28 to 31. You're gorgeous regardless of age. You have beautiful skin.
Is goddess an age?
A comment I get a lot in my videos is that I'm gonna die alone, no one will ever want me, I will never find love. And I just think it's so funny, especially with Valentine's Day coming up tomorrow. The assumptions that people make about fat people, or about anyone that is in a non-thin, able-bodied, socially acceptable form. I have not been single since 2015. I have been in a relationship since 2015.
Good for you. These comments are over-exaggeration, as there will always be fetishes and different preferences, and same interests as food.
Tomorrow is going to be my, 8th Valentine's Day where I'm in a relationship. And here's the thing about people who are ableist and fatphobic, right? They make all these stereotypes and assumptions about why the people want us, about what we have and what we don't have. But sometimes they will say the quiet part out loud, and it's, I can't believe this person is in a relationship and I'm single. And all I'm going to say about that is a great point for self-reflection if you are in that camp.
This person is irresponsible, lazy, whining, me.
What do you think love is? Who do you think is deserving of love? What does love mean to you? Maybe we're happy and in relationships because we found people who are not shitty. We found people who are not superficial. We found people who interrogate their biases instead of letting their biases rule their life. What does beauty mean to you? Why is beauty such a narrow road, a narrow walk?
Self-care? You have to love yourself for someone else to love you. Abusing your body is not love. Self-harm is not love.
Love and beauty and everything adjacent to it does not have to be bound by the arbitrary rules and regulations created by a lot of just white European culture. Anyway, I will let those people figure it out, but it's Valentine's Day soon, and I'm excited, so.
You'll be single forever, I'm right here guys LMFAO.
And you seem like the type of dude that's gonna be unhappy forever because you hate yourself. But hey, we all can't have everything. Best of luck.
Yes, totally, but also, who cares if you're in a relationship? Says nothing about you as a person.
How fat do you need to get to start feeling shame before you make a change? If shaming fat people made them thin, there would be no more fat people.
But wait, that's not what he said. He is referring to fat people feeling the shame, not other people shaming them. Does this look like she's ashamed? Or this?
For the millionth fucking time, existing as a fat person is not promoting obesity. Loving your body and being confident about your body is also not promoting obesity. So fuck off.
You know the state of plus size fashion is in absolute disarray when you have accepted the fact that Target has just gone back to the Stone Ages. Like, oh, that's what we're doing now. Are you fucking kidding me? They couldn't make it uglier if they tried.
So the store is to blame because you don't like these dresses. Got it.
Oh, and remember when the Future Collective last year was like, you could find some really cute shit? Like, yeah. This is what we're working with now. And when I'm looking in the Future Collective, I'm not even seeing anything above like a 16. Like, it's all just the straight sizes when they had everything up to like a 24, 26. Like last year. Oh, but don't worry. They're always gonna have business casual.
If I had this problem, I would skip dinner and stop drinking calories. I'd also work out more. That's just me though.
Valid statement. Maybe there are more important things than fashion.
Is it just me or are clothes getting smaller? I've gained weight and clothes from a couple years ago will still fit but not new ones in larger sizes.
Just because you don't like that I exist in a larger body and I deal with a restrictive eating disorder doesn't give you the right to just be a jerk. I know a lot of you guys can't believe that someone in a larger body can deal with a restrictive eating disorder, but it is true. So if you want to educate yourself more on this topic, I suggest reading this New York Times article that was published in 2022 featuring incredible folks like my friend Sharon Maxwell who talk about the fact that, yes, I might not look like I have anorexia or this is something that I'm dealing with, but it exists.
No. Let's actually see some medical sources. Anorexia nervosa is an eating disorder characterized by extreme restriction of calorie intake.
I also can't blame you for not knowing because I myself did not know. And the more folks that talk about it and the more folks that normalize it, then the less that we will have to deal with people like this who think that they deserve to just say whatever because they don't like what they're hearing or seeing. I wish I was in a good place with my recovery and I felt like this is something that I wanted to talk about more, but I currently don't. I'm currently just managing things the best I can. And if you don't like what I'm saying or how I talk about my lived experiences, then there are a million other people that you can follow, bully, harass, whatever.
I gained a lot of weight because I wouldn't eat, and when I did, my body stored everything because my body was in survival mode. Never knew until a doctor educated me.
Anyone can identify as anything these days. Who are we to question it?
I think we need to have the self-care versus self-optimization conversation again with regard to weight loss. Because the mere fact of changing your body size, just the change in your body size, independent of anything you're doing to make it happen, that is not self-care. That is just a change in body size.
How can losing weight be independent of what you are doing? Doesn't weight loss require fewer calories, eating less, moving more, or are we talking about some exceptions?
Can certain habits be self-care and lead to a change in body size? Absolutely. But that's not always the reason for the change, and therefore the change is not inherently self-care itself. Is taking care of your body, like in terms of exercise, putting good things into it that make you feel better and that help your health, are those things self-care? Sure. But is making your body look this certain way, whether or not it's as a result of those things, inherently self-care? It's not. It's really not. But it is self-optimization.
Why so much mental gymnastics and semantic play?
And I think we are conflating those two things a lot lately because I am absolutely pro healthy habits. I don't think it's a mandatory for someone to be respected that they have to practice that. But like, yes, by all means do it. Take care of your health. Yes. However, conflating those things with a body size is very, very dangerous. And I thought we'd had this conversation before, but listen, people get congratulated on their eating disorders, on their cancer, on their divorce, their depression, whatever it may be, if it makes them look more conventionally attractive. And they get punished for any positive things that make them gain weight, like recovery, for example. And more, I'm seeing self-care conflated with a specific body size. That is not true. Not all fat people aren't taking care of themselves. And in fact, not engaging in excessive exercise or dieting might be its own form of self-care.
But overeating is self-abuse for sure.
But I don't think y'all are ready for that one. Anyway, if you believe that in order to love yourself, you have to lose weight, or that weight loss is a result of loving yourself inherently, take a second and think, is that self-care or is it self-optimization? Because there's a huge difference. One is about inner feelings, one is genuinely about your health, mental and physical, and one is about conforming to a standard so that you look optimal.
But you should also consider the starting weight. For you, any weight loss is self-care.
In my case, if I don't eat that much sugar or consume junk food, my skin would be flawless and my body would be thinner. So for the normal people, the good behaviors lead to good shape body.
Isn't having that less 20 kilograms, 50 pounds of pretty useless tissue on your joints by itself taking care of your body? Not just the behaviors I did to get there?
Hi, Ellie. Hi, how are you? I'm assuming you are a girl, and with that assumption, you are giving off the vibe that you are not a girl's girl. And I just... ick. But let's address it. I mean, yeah, good job losing the weight, but it's not that hard at that weight. Correction. I'm going to correct you, Ellie. I got myself to 598.2 pounds. I am addicted to food. I crave food 24/7. I crave the high that being full and stuffing my face and being completely gluttonous brings me. I chase that high. I fiend for that high.
Both sides are correct. Easy to lose weight in terms of, there is a lot to lose from, and skipping just one snack or soda will be enough. However, changing anything, even the smallest thing, with this mental state, at this stage, for this person is a lot. So physically is very easy for her to lose weight but not to make the necessary steps psychologically.
I am an addict and I am addicted to food. My food addiction got me to nearly 600 pounds. So let me break down your statement. But it's not that hard at this weight. It's not that hard to lose weight. You're telling me someone with a food addiction that got themselves to 600 pounds, that was borderline immobile, you're telling me it's not hard for me to lose weight. Honey, come on. You're embarrassing me. You are embarrassing me. Like, I'm not 100 pounds overweight. I'm not a weekend binge overweight. I am hundreds of pounds overweight. It is going to be extremely difficult for me to lose weight.
The first step for a 600-pound person losing weight should be exactly this: addressing the problem, your addiction, and try to change your mental state. Even ask for expert help as counseling.
Now, before all the comments come, does weight fall off faster at my size? Yes, I will testify that is true. The weight will fall off faster because of my size. However, getting that weight off is difficult. Why? Because every day, every waking moment, even when I'm sleeping, I'm dreaming, thinking, and wanting food.
Imagine living like this.
Food brings me comfort. Food has been how I self-medicate my whole life.
And here comes excuses.
I have used food as every emotion. I celebrate with food. Like, it's not a snap of a finger. That addiction, that mentality, those behaviors are not something that I can just easily let go of. Every day since January 1st has been a battle. But guess what, Ellie? I am down over 62 pounds from my heaviest weight. And it has been the hardest thing I have ever done in my life.
Losing weight is hard, period. No matter how much you weigh or the method used to lose it. There is no easy way out. And even once you do, keeping it off is just as hard.
You've distracted me enough with your ignorance and your not girl's girl vibe. So what am I doing? What am I doing right now? I am weighing out the food for my breakfast. Why? Because I have discipline and because this is fucking hard. And this is what I need to do to be successful. Yes, I weigh out my spinach, 20 grams of spinach. Why do you weigh spinach? Spinach is a vegetable. There's like no calories in spinach. Why are you wasting your time? Because 598 pounds, Caitlin, she binges. She eats in excess. Would I eat this whole thing of spinach? Probably not. But those are behaviors I no longer take part in. So yes, I'm going to weigh my spinach and I'm going to give myself a proper portion of spinach, which in my case is 20 grams.
That's ridiculous. You are weighing leaves, and telling us that you are disciplined is deceitful. If that was true, you wouldn't be at this position in the first place. How can 600-pound person have discipline? Addicts, people lying to themselves, delusional people have discipline?
Then, guess what? I'm also going to weigh out my vegetables. I'm going to do 2.5 ounces of peppers.
Ridiculousness all around. You are not this big nor will be by eating non-starchy vegetables.
Then, I am going to do 1 ounce of onions. And I'm going to weigh it. Why? Because it's discipline. And that is how I am going to be successful losing weight. Is it going to make losing weight easier? No, it's fucking not. It's fucking hard. Losing weight is fucking hard. At 598.2, I ate myself to almost 600 pounds. And the fact that you think it's easy to just snap out of the behaviors, snap out of the routines, snap out of the mentality that got me to nearly 600 pounds, you think it's so easy. I'm disappointed.
My advice would be to not create another bad connection to food by counting your calories. Just try to make better choices. Limit your carbs. Stay away from ultra-processed foods and try fasting. Even longer fasts like alternate day fasting. Try keeping yourself busy to not think about food instead of watching TV.
Like, I don't know if you're a male or female regardless, but like, I hope you're not a girl. Because you are not my kind of vibe. You are not a girl's girl. And over here, we are girls, girlies. So your comment is what's wrong in the weight loss community. Because you're showing other women, other men, other people at my size that it should be easy to lose the weight. And then they begin to question themselves because it is difficult. If it's so easy, why is it difficult for me? Why am I having such a hard time? I should just give up. I'm clearly not doing it right. No, you're not alone. This is fucking hard. It's hard.
No, don't give up, of course. But your advice to others should be to not let themselves come to this level to wake up.
The distractions, the ick. The ick has me so distracted. So now I'm going to do a 1.5 servings of cottage cheese, because normally I would put grilled chicken into this breakfast bowl too, but I don't have any prepped. I have to prep that today, which is another thing of discipline that I do on this journey, which is another thing that's hard. I have to prep 6 pounds of chicken today at some point. And yeah, I'm going to do it. Why? Because I'm putting in the work. What kind of work? The hard work to lose weight.
Not eating is work? So I'm workaholic for working 16 hours a day.
So I'm going to do a serving and a half, which is going to be about 175 grams. I have this platform and I am sharing my journey to let people know the reality. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it. It's not fucking rainbows and flowers. Losing weight fucking sucks. It's fucking hard. The outcome and the reward you get from losing weight is unlike any other. Yes, we are doing this for a reason, but it doesn't make it any less difficult.
The mental part of losing weight alone is hard no matter your size. You have to make so many choices all damn day to lose weight at any size.
It's fucking hard. Give people the credit they deserve. Give people the credit they deserve. I am working so fucking hard to lose this weight. And I deserve that recognition. And if you're not going to give it to me, there's 170,000 people that will. And that's cool. I did that. So kindly see yourself out. And I'm going to continue working hard to lose the weight. And you have the day you deserve. Because you sound like a bitch.
Does exercise fall in your hard work? Do you know which is the longest fast ever done? The Scottish man who fasted for 382 days. He lived mainly on tea, coffee, sparkling water, and vitamins. With your excess weight, maybe you can even break this record.
Weight loss is changing habits. Habits are hard to change. Consistency is key, and that's what you're doing. Good job.
At first, my goal was to gain 100 pounds a year. Last year, I think I only gained about 50. So realistically, I'm going to say within a year, I want to gain 50 again, but I'm striving for the 100.
Did I hear that right? My goal is to gain 100 pounds a year, not lose?
Why would you want to gain weight? We are missing the context here, but, as you will see later, probably because of her boyfriend.
We met online. We were talking back and forth for a while and getting to know each other, and then we started to fall in love and find out how much we had in common, and we decided to give it a go.
Good morning. I was wondering, you in the mood for some breakfast?
Oh yeah.
They need a bigger bed.
This has to be a very bad man.
On a typical day, Suzanne normally likes to eat at least a dozen eggs, a full package of bacon as well. Today we're doing it as like an omelet style, so we're going to have cheese in there, bell peppers, onions as well.
This food will feed whole army.
Welp, I'm having just a tangerine and water for lunch today.
Alrighty, breakfast is ready. Can I give you a hand?
Yeah.
Right.
I can't wait to eat. My calorie intake every day, it pretty much varies depending on what I'm in the mood to eat, because some foods are healthier than others and some are really calorie laden. Oh, and those are usually the good ones. So I would say usually anywhere from 20,000 on up to, if I had to estimate, I'd say the most I probably ate would be a 40 or 50,000 calorie day, and that was when I was really hungry and really good food.
50,000 calories is 20 days worth of food for average male. 20.
Last time I checked, helping someone hurt themselves is categorized as abuse.
Parker loves being involved in my exercising. He encourages me all the time to get out and waddle and to stretch, and even if I don't really feel motivated that day to do something, to at least stretch and get my metabolism going. And from the looks on his face, I think he really enjoys watching it.
Oh yes, this is a very bad man. Not to say it's all on him and not her, but this is very weird guy. This fetish and enabling should be a crime.
If he loved her, he would care about her health and not her appearance. He is such a creep.
I feel perfectly comfortable with Suzanne's size. She feels very comfortable in her skin.
She feels comfortable in her skin. Jesus, she can barely walk.
And so long as she's comfortable with the way she is, I'm comfortable with it as well. She's only had maybe one time in the last year that we've been together where she had to go see a doctor, and by the time that she had gotten there, the doctor looked her in the eye and said something to the effect of, why are you here? So she's healthy, and so long as she's happy in her skin, I'm happy with her as well. I think she's beautiful.
I think she's beautiful is not the same as I know she's beautiful. Parker is a sick, sadistic worm.
Smells good.
I can smell that restaurant already.
This is nice.
It's very nice.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Legends. I'm good. How are you?
All right,
Very good. Thank you for asking.
Right this way, please.
Sure.
Table ready for you. And your server with you shortly.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And what's sounding good to you? The special sounded really good.
Well, I'm thinking while we're waiting on the main dinner to have maybe some chicken fingers and battered waffle fries, and then with the meal a salad and tacos.
I've always been a restaurant chef, so I knew that a lot of the times when I was cooking, you know, if I found a way to cook for her, I think that she'd enjoy it. But more than anything, even though she's a beautiful woman, it was her personality and her intellect that really attracted me the most.
No, her health attracted you.
Wow, speechless. She won't make it to the wedding. I can't believe the doctor said that she was perfectly healthy. Sad state of affairs.
Oh, I'm pretty certain we're going to get married.
It's only a matter of time before we get married. A question of when, not if.
He never loved her. The moment she said she wanted to lose weight, he canceled the wedding. She has a new partner now that supports her weight loss goals, as far as I know, which is great.
She was losing weight for a while but ultimately went back to the lifestyle. I don't think this guy is still in the picture, hopefully not. He gives me some really weird vibes.
This is several years old and archived. Clack is a creep who dumped her during their engagement. Why? Because she lost nearly 100 pounds. After checking herself into an inpatient weight loss clinic thanks to the urging and concern of her two then teenaged sons. She was bothered by her weight loss, not only because she was single but because she felt so tiny. Much of that weight was regained. In 2015 she met Creep 2.0, aka Nick Abate, who was formerly obese and was writing nutrition books yet encouraged Iman to eat as much as she liked. I guess he's out of the picture. And her YouTube channel has been stagnant for years now.
Feeling pretty generous this morning, so I really wanted to pose kind of more of a rhetorical, self-processing question, but how would it sit with you in your immediate assumptions that it's related to weight or exercise? That I was struggling more emotionally in socio-emotional everything functioning, and I was more depressed and more anxious when I was thin and extremely active. Where do your biases come in? And why did you jump to that kind of conclusion about movement, about size?
Studies say that obesity and depression have a significant and bidirectional association, and evidence is modest for anxiety disorders. Obesity can influence the production of neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin, which regulate mood, reward, and motivation. Also can trigger chronic low-grade inflammation, which can damage brain cells and disrupt communication pathways. This inflammation is linked to an increased risk of depression and anxiety.
How does it sit with you that my experience is not what you experienced? How does it sit with you that possibly your experience has been informed by the cultural anti-fatness and body hierarchies we have, and the unhealthy relationship that a lot of people have with movement, the way that people revolve it around numbers instead of healthy relationship with movement, instead of joyful movement, instead of helpful movement? Where does the line of thinking follow? Where's the trail it goes down when you sit with the fact that I've been thin and depressed, fat and depressed, thin and anxious, fat and anxious, both being super active, being less active, being medium active, doing home exercises, going to the gym? How does that sit?
Whining focuses on negativity and dissatisfaction without offering solutions. It puts the responsibility on others to fix the situation. Whining's annoying tone can shut down productive conversation. People are less likely to listen attentively or offer help when someone is whining. Also implies a lack of agency. Taking responsibility for challenges and finding solutions is a key part of personal development.
Where do you go from there when you can't blame your body? Where do you go from there when you can't blame it on its size, on its movement? What comes up, you know? Hint, hint, there are more systemic things at play. There are relational things at play. Like I mentioned, if you listened, grief, grad school, state of the world. Like, these are things that are not going to be changed whatsoever.
But wouldn't you rather be 150 and depressed? Keep in mind that you can be thin and still have a bad ultra-processed diet. Healthy choices like fruits, vegetables, and whole grains provide essential nutrients for neurotransmitters like serotonin, which regulate mood. Also, the gut microbiome, the bacteria in our digestive system, is linked to mood. Healthy eating promotes a thriving gut microbiome, while junk food disrupts its balance, potentially contributing to depression symptoms.
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
There's not a lot of chubby superheroes.
Oh my god, I had no idea. Seriously though, I love Panda Red. I really do. Go back, check out all of his videos, but if you are a fat person, this is not news. This is life. I'm glad more people are realizing it. I'm glad the Panda Red has realized it, but yeah, this is not new information.
It's understandable that superheroes should not be fat, since superheroes inspire us to be the best versions of ourselves. A focus on healthy habits and personal growth is a great message for everyone.
It's shit like this that tempts me to do what I eat in a day, but I never will, because I owe you nothing.
So you do not overeat. Got it.
We've got a special treat. Marissa giving us a lesson on how to advocate for fat people. Let's break it down.
If you're a thin person and you don't know how to stand up for and advocate for fat people, here are a few quick things that you can do. Post your fat friends on your social media, and do it proudly.
I guess the first lesson is how to find a good angle for selfies with your fat friends. So, when you post pictures of your friends, make sure to tag it #FatFriendPride. Because nothing says genuine friendship like this.
Stand up for fat people. If you hear someone say something fatphobic to you, then call them out.
Remember, when you stand up, make sure you have a good joke ready. Something like, hey, leave them alone. Their body positivity can crush your negativity, literally.
And you can support fat people.
Did you know that advocating for someone's health and encouraging a balanced lifestyle can be more supportive than just ignoring the potential health risks associated with obesity?
Never support unhealthy behavior.
In our second video, we turn the scales on today's most weighty issues. We've got another story from the Fat Activist Files, and it's quite the tale.
Have you or a loved one ever faced discrimination while traveling because of your size? Unfortunately, if you answered yes, it is an all too common experience for plus-size travelers. I want to tell you a story about my loved one experiencing discrimination while traveling as a plus-size person. My partner used to go on many trips that were required for business, and this one time, the company had paid for the travel expenses. However, the company only paid for one seat, and even though my fiance felt like one seat was adequate, they could have used extra space, of course. But if they wanted that extra space, they would have had to pay out of pocket, which was not an option at the time.
Extra space costs extra money. It's called an upgrade. But the real upgrade needed here is a healthier lifestyle.
Sadly, this is a common issue for plus-size travelers, especially when traveling for business. However, the story only gets worse from here. The day of the trip, my fiance boarded the plane and got settled into their seat. The passenger, who my fiance found out was the passenger who was supposed to sit next to them, boarded the flight, took one look up and down at my fiance, and gave them a look of disgust and disappointment.
Disappointment. Understandable. It's not fair to make others uncomfortable due to your own health issues. Let's not ignore the elephant in the room, pun intended.
They made some insulting remarks about my fiance's weight right in front of them, and then motioned for the flight attendant to come over immediately. This passenger then proceeded to tell the flight attendant that they refused to sit next to my fiance, and definitely insinuated that it was because of their size. This behavior is unacceptable and hurtful, and something many plus-size passengers have experienced, and my fiance thinks about this moment to this day.
It's hurtful, sure. But what's more hurtful is not addressing the health risks associated with obesity, which leads to these situations.
This kind of discrimination happens far too often to plus-size travelers, and that's why I've decided to take action. I started a petition demanding that the FAA protect plus-size travelers to ensure that we're never subjected to this kind of treatment ever again. If you want to join me in making a difference, please sign my petition. You can find the link in my bio or right here on the screen. Together, we can create change and make traveling a better experience for everyone, regardless of their size or abilities.
Yes, let's create change by addressing obesity and promoting healthier living.
For more accessible travel information, plus-size travel tips, and advocacy, make sure to hit that follow button right now.
How about hitting the gym instead of the follow button? Advocacy is great, but health is greater.
This is very tragic and just not right. I really wonder if there's any solution to this issue.
Yeah. Called stop overeating.
Yes, diet.
Yes, the gym.
I see what you did there.
You ain't plus size. You're mega size.
Responding to objections to me not wanting fat suits to be used anymore in media. But what if the actor is playing a historically fat person that got really thin and sick in their older years? Shouldn't they have a thin person wear a fat suit then? Or maybe, just maybe, hear me out, you have a historical fat person, you have a fat actor play them, and then we suspend our disbelief in any scenes that show them sick and dying in the end. Maybe.
Suspension of disbelief? Sure, I'll just pretend this portly figure suddenly transformed into a frail shadow of themselves without any explanation. No problem. Or we'll change the story.
Maybe, instead of forcing us to suspend our disbelief watching a thin actor in an ugly-ass fat suit for the entire film. Can we try that, maybe?
Sure, let's give it a shot. But while we're at it, let's also make sure every villain in a movie is played by a real-life criminal for authenticity. And all superhero movies? Only cast actual superheroes.
CGI is plenty good enough these days. We don't need fat suits anymore.
This was right before the incident I'm about to tell you about. On the first leg of the trip, the wheelchair assistants completely failed us.
Did they just not provide you complimentary snacks?
I was left struggling to be okay. There is a video about the incident on my page. That experience was already stressful and humiliating enough. So by the time it was time to fly home, I decided to have my fiancé push me in the wheelchair to avoid any more mishaps. Picture this, me, a plus-size woman in a wheelchair, pushing my suitcase with one hand while my fiancé did their best to steer. It wasn't the easiest setup, but we were managing. As we were making our way through the terminal, we walked by a group of flight attendants. At first, I thought nothing of it, but then I heard the unmistakable sound of laughter, directed right at us. They didn't even try to hide it.
Let's be honest, flight attendants see a lot of weird stuff.
They pointed, laughed, and made snide remarks, and one said, "What the actual fuck?" My heart sank. The sting of their mockery was intense. It's one thing to deal with stares and whispers, but outright laughter and public humiliation. It was too much. Nobody should be treated like this.
Absolutely. Nobody should be treated like that. But here's the thing. We've got bigger issues to address. Like why we keep deflecting from the health implications of obesity and focusing on these anecdotes.
I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. You don't deserve that. You are a queen.
Yes, a burger queen.
Queen-size bed.
Queen of obesity.
Queen of carbs.
Don't blame the travel industry. Fast food fucked you up.
My ordeal at SeaTac Airport will shock you. This experience I'm about to share with you is yet another example of why employee sensitivity training, a demand outlined in the plus-size travel petition, is desperately needed. I'm a plus-size wheelchair user, and on a recent flight to the SeaTac Airport, I requested wheelchair assistance, as I always do. When it came time for me to deplane, I saw the employee who would be assisting me with my wheelchair waiting for me in the entry of the jet bridge. As I approached her and she realized she'd be assisting me and not one of the smaller passengers, she started to walk away with the wheelchair while making comments about my size. Even when I told her I really needed the chair and needed her to let me sit down in it, she blatantly ignored me and kept walking. I was then forced to walk up one of the longest jet bridges I've encountered, and she didn't stop. By the time she let me reach the wheelchair and sit down, my lips were white. My oxygen levels had dropped and I almost fainted.
I bet she didn't even have the strength to push you.
This was my first time flying without oxygen. This woman just assumed I could walk and would rather me do that, instead of her having to push someone my size up the jet bridge. All the other attendants wheeled their passengers up the jet bridge, but my needs were disregarded. This is discrimination. Nobody should be treated this way. Share your story at change.org/size travel.
Imagine a world where you don't have to work since the society feeds you. There are no consequences and you can do whatever you want. People adore you. You just wish something, and people around you rush to make it a reality. There are sponsors all around supporting your life choices and agenda. But what if all this comes with the price of health?
Many companies have a weight limit you can push or carry which she looks to exceed.
You people expect an airline employee push a 600-pound woman? How is that safe for the employee? Not injuring yourself because she can't stop eating.
So she needs help. The employee doesn't want to injure herself. What do you suggest happens? Because pushing 500 pounds up a long jet bridge is impossible for most people.
There isn't a person that can physically help her.
But she didn't tell us what was said. If the lady said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you, you are too heavy for me to push," do you realize she'd categorize this the same? Why didn't she say what was said?
I mean, if people did this through her life, maybe she wouldn't be in this problem.
Or the chair might not have even been able to carry someone at that weight.
Thank God you survived.
What is your plan if there is an emergency evacuation?
The only emergency is that the plane can't take off.
Her species are natural swimmers.
She has her own life jacket.
First, I don't think tall people should have to pay extra for seats that accommodate them either. There's a difference between paying for extra legroom solely for comfort and needing it to be safe, and fly with dignity.
Thank you for caring for tall people.
Why is it that when average-sized people bring up airplane seats being too small, it's valid, but when plus-sized people bring it up, they're the villain? Explain that.
You ate, and ate, and ate. If you want a bigger house or car, you have to pay more. If you want larger things, you pay more. You're paying for space. You have no trouble paying for a value meal.
You're literally everything that's wrong with this country in one person. Entitlement and take zero responsibility for your lifestyle.
Let's get something straight. Access to public transportation, including air travel, is a civil right. That means plus-size people do deserve to travel comfortably and without discrimination. It's not about entitlement, it's about basic human rights. Everybody should be able to fly safely and comfortably just as they are, and let's address the common misconception, my extra seats are always paid for. Doesn't mean I agree that plus-size people should have to pay more, because I don't think we should have to pay more for the space that we physically need. Your comment that implies I don't deserve anything because I'm fat is exactly why I'm fighting. I'm fighting so other plus-size people don't have to deal with your negativity and discrimination. We all deserve respect and dignity regardless of size. It's time the airline industry recognized this and took steps to ensure it. Here's a powerful reminder as we strive for a more equitable and inclusive world. Let us remember that mobility is not a privilege but a basic human right that must be available, affordable, accessible, and safe for all.
But is air travel really a civil right or privilege, a luxury? Should you also ask for bigger jacuzzi in hotels as it is your right?
Nah, we don't enable unhealthy behaviors.
People are so cruel. Keep speaking out.
It's cruel what she did to herself and her health. If she has no respect for her body and her health, why should others respect her?
Cruel? It's cruel to think air travel is a privilege and not a right. It's a commodity private service.
Fun fact. You are in control of your body. Hope this helps.
853 million people fly on U.S. airlines every year. I surveyed thousands of travelers and over 86% of them believe the airline industry is not plus-size friendly.
Just to mention that you got these numbers from your followers.
This has to change. In 2023, I initiated a petition demanding that air travel become more inclusive. Over 35,000 people have signed it. The fight is far from over. Since launching the petition, it's become even more clear that society unfairly believes plus-size individuals shouldn't travel comfortably or without stigma. However, this only fuels my determination to fight for inclusive travel. Plus-size individuals won't be deterred, and I'm committed to advocating for change until it's achieved. Travel is for everybody and nobody should be discriminated against. Sign the petition at change.org/plus-size-travel.
Do you want to sign a petition to make the government invent raining donuts every Friday?
Something has to change. You're right. Just not what you think.
Something has to change. Not my lifestyle, eating habits, exercise habits, etc. But something has to change.
What if they become plus-size friendly, but I become super plus-size? Where do we draw a line?
Plus-sizeception.
Next they're gonna demand that the snack cart comes around 6 times on a 2-hour flight.
And be asking for a Diet Coke.
Alright folks, welcome back to another episode of Modern Fat Thinking, where we tackle the heavy issues with a light touch. First, we're looking at a video where a fat activist is raising an important concern about rideshare services and seatbelt extenders. Let's dive right in, shall we?
Every time I use a rideshare, I'm forced to ride without a seatbelt because there are no seatbelt extenders.
Okay, first off, safety is no joke and seatbelts save lives. But let's take a step back here. When did we decide that instead of advocating for personal health, we demand that Uber start handing out seatbelt extenders like party favors?
It's time to make it mandatory for rideshares to provide seatbelt extenders. Read the caption for more.
Isn't it a little ironic to demand more accommodations instead of addressing the root issue? My house is on fire, but let's just install more smoke detectors.
Do you have to pay extra for the extra gas that he uses?
Oh, bro, she's just trolling us at this point.
Fat activism,
fat liberation,
promoting obesity,
anti-fatness,
fat bad, unhealthy,
my body, okay, body diversity, or fatphobia,
fat acceptance. Hey babe, would you still love me if I was fat?
Yeah, of course.
But Mom, you are fat.
He's sleeping on the sofa because of his kid's honesty.
As second, we've got another gem from Marissa talking about diet culture and its sinister plots. Let's take a look.
So this is your friendly reminder that diet culture exists and creates this narrative just so that we can focus on our bodies instead of everything else in life, right?
Oh, diet culture, the evil mastermind behind why I can't enjoy my pizza in peace. Who knew that the real enemy was kale and quinoa?
It's created to distract us so that they can control us. Because if we spend our entire lives hating our body, then we're not spending our entire lives doing what we want to do. We're not having hobbies, we're not getting jobs, we're not getting careers. Diet culture is a part of the patriarchy, and it is a system used to control women because of our bodies and based in our bodies.
Who knew the patriarchy had such a vested interest in low-carb diets?
So the next time you want to hate yourself, don't. The next time you want to obsess about your insecurities, don't. And think about how you're fighting the patriarchy by not doing that.
Rebel with food? But can you love your body and keep it healthy at the same time? Revolutionary, right?
If you need a new motivation, use that. I will say that this whole concept that I'm talking about in this video is like the one thing that made it like, you know, aha moment for me back in the day, like 7-8 years ago. It's used to control us so that we can't pay attention to more important shit like ourselves.
Remember, you can fight diet culture without sabotaging your health.
Damn girl, shit, thicker.
Hi, can I get a belt extender?
Yes. So where are you sitting?
3D.
Okay, we'll grab it for you because they're just a little bit further back.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
It's your girl Samara. Flight attendants, prepare doors for departure and cross-check. Welcome to Bob Airlines.
From New Orleans, then to Vegas, then to LA, baby, where next? Push that little button, make that thing turn blue. Ooh, you don't gotta get up, girl, they come to you. Ooh, see them down the aisle, yeah, they coming through. Ooh, smile in their face, they know what to do. Pick that leg up, put that leg down, pick that leg up. When they come around, pick that leg up, put that leg down, pick that leg up. We about to touch down. Yeah.
It's like a workout class, but with more turbulence.
Not me thinking Babop was a real airline.
I ain't even gonna lie. You look like you can pick me up. I've been staring at you. You look real strong.
I ain't that strong.
He knows his limits.
Just a friendly reminder that you are allowed to be fat, you're allowed to exist as a fat person, you're allowed to not be shamed for that.
Existing as a fat person isn't the issue, it's staying healthy while doing so.
Your body size does not determine your moral value to society, and anyone who tries to tell you otherwise is a fatphobic jerk or probably diet culture.
But self-love and health go hand in hand.
I don't eat that kind of meat. I haven't really eaten it since I've been here.
You're not gonna fade away. You're gonna be fine.
I still have to eat something.
No. You're eating the food that belongs to the next 4 years ahead of time.
It's my body, my choice, until it's time for diabetes, stroke, and heart attack.
I'm not going to say that Star Wars is particularly fatphobic, but I am going to say that the only fat X-Wing pilot was named Porkins. And according to the books, his nickname was Piggy.
Focusing on one character from a franchise as vast as Star Wars might be stretching it a bit. What about Jabba the Hutt? A galaxy far, far away should be big enough for everyone.
Yeah, the 70s. Inclusion that comes off as an insult cancels itself out as progress.
Trying to open my horizons to vegetables because I'm a pretty picky eater.
You're not a picky eater if you're 600 pounds.
Was watching this with my 13-year-old son and he said, yeah, she's a picky eater. She picks what she wants and she eats it.
I can't use most airplane lavatories, and neither can many other plus-size individuals, as well as those who are differently abled. It's inhumane that the travel industry doesn't prioritize making travel accessible and comfortable for everybody.
Calling it inhumane might be a bit of a stretch.
It's inhumane what you've done to your body.
You have 2 years of life left and this is how you spend it.
I think my problem is I'm holding a lot of fluid. I can't hardly pee.
Really?
I mean, I don't know what, I mean, you...
What do you mean you don't know? And you think that you're not eating and you're getting...
I don't want to get malnourished either.
Do you look like you're malnourished?
500 pounds of fluid?
Just a friendly reminder for today that you cannot tell someone's health by simply looking at them. And if you think that you can, that means you are fatphobic. If you still assume that every thin person is healthy and every fat person is unhealthy, that is an outdated look on health. Please educate yourself and unlearn your fatphobia.
Let's be real. While not every thin person is healthy and not every fat person is unhealthy, there's a reason doctors use weight as one indicator of health. It's about probabilities and risk factors. Promoting the idea that weight doesn't matter at all can be just as harmful as fat shaming.
Is that fucking butter?
For the millionth fucking time, existing as a fat person is not promoting obesity. Loving your body and being confident about your body is also not promoting obesity. So fuck off, bitch.
Promoting self-confidence? Absolutely. Ignoring health risks associated with obesity? Not so much.
I don't want you to have a heart attack.
I am so sorry that I am the one that has to teach you this, but guess what? Did you know that people who are not fat can also have heart attacks?
Well, breaking news, folks. Apparently, thin people aren't immortal. Next thing you know, she'll tell us the sky is blue. It's true that people of all sizes can have heart attacks. However, the risk factors for heart disease are significantly higher in individuals with obesity. The American Heart Association highlights that obesity is a major risk factor for cardiovascular diseases.
Did you know that skinny people and thin people can also have heart attacks? If you didn't know that, then you should probably go to a better school.
Yes, but obese people are more likely to. And the argument is not about skinny or thin people, but about you. Did you know that dogs can also have heart attacks? How is that relevant?
School. Newsflash, if you didn't want me to have a heart attack, then you wouldn't be commenting and stressing me out by your unwanted health advice. If you actually cared about me having a heart attack or not, guess what? You wouldn't be bothering me. You would be leaving me alone.
Right, because it's the comments that are clogging the arteries, not the triple cheeseburger. And if ignoring problems solved them, my laundry basket would be empty right now.
But I don't believe this. I just believe you're fat phobic and you just think that every fat person is like moments away from dying. But guess what? Everyone is moments away from dying.
How is that fat phobic? It's just his thinking. His thoughts are fat phobic? And it's not about fat phobia, but about health statistics.
Literally anyone can die from a fucking heart attack, not just fat people. So leave fat people alone and stop causing us harm.
Yes, everyone can have a heart attack, but why play Russian roulette with your health? While it's true that heart attacks can happen to anyone, the likelihood is higher in individuals with certain risk factors, including obesity.
This fatphobia is a problem for skinny and average-sized people too, because things get missed because even docs assume standard size means automatically healthy and obviously vice versa.
Intervention and advice from loved ones or even strangers can sometimes be well-intentioned. According to a study published in the Journal of Health Communication, social support can play a significant role in motivating positive health behavior changes.
Things that would make me act up on a flight as a normal-sized passenger. Your body spilling over into my seat because you're too big for your own seat.
Well, it's quite simple. If you're bothered by the idea of someone spilling into your seat, then you should be all in for the plus-size travel petition.
Sure, if we're handing out free seats, can I get a free upgrade to first class because I'm tall and need more legroom? While the idea of accommodating everyone comfortably is commendable, airlines operate on tight budgets and slim profit margins. According to Airlines for America, additional costs for free seats would likely be passed on to all passengers, increasing ticket prices for everyone.
The changes proposed would solve the very issue you're trying to use as an example, but instead your anti-fatness is showing with your ignorant comments.
It's not anti-fatness, it's just not wanting to play a real-life game of Tetris with our bodies in tiny airplane seats.
It's about time that all of society realized that supporting inclusivity benefits everybody, including yourself.
Inclusivity is great, but let's not forget that my inclusion also means I need enough space to not feel like I'm in a sardine can.
Time to drop the ignorance and hop on board the inclusivity train.
All aboard the inclusivity train. Next stop, the reality check station.
This is a joke. She's just trolling for views.
Guys, be nice to her. She clearly has a lot on her plate.
Keep up this attitude and before too long you will be one of the fatties saying that you deserve an extra seat on an airplane for free.
This is really funny because people will say this and act like the audacity is to want a second seat for free. But when they have to sit next to that person and there is no second seat, they will freak the F out.
The concern isn't about not wanting people to have space. It's about the practicality and fairness of providing free extra seats.
And so it's like, oh, what do you want? Oh, you just don't think that people deserve access to travel or to these spaces. You just want people to be punished. And that's at the core of everything.
Yes, because my ultimate goal in life is to punish people by making them pay for the seats they use. Villainous, I know. Access to travel is important, but it needs to be fair and economically feasible. Charging for extra space is standard practice, not a punishment.
Honestly, we all deserve 2 airplane seats because those airplane seats are absolutely inhumane.
By that logic, I deserve a personal butler and a foot massage every flight.
Like, even just tall people have literal pain and cramping after sitting in an airplane seat. It's fucking awkward to be literally rubbing shoulders with a stranger. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants more room in an airplane, which is why you get upset if a fat person sits next to you. It's understandable.
Exactly, because nothing says relaxing flight like playing a game of Twister with a stranger.
I literally don't want to sit next to another fat person either because there's so little room on these airplane seats and it's uncomfortable. But I would rather me and or that person got an extra seat for free so that I did not have to do that.
So, we're all in agreement that airplane seats are tiny. Can we at least get some free snacks as compensation while we're at it?
Because that actually makes sense and isn't just about punishing people for sins that you assume they are actively committing.
The issue is that providing extra seats for free isn't a sustainable solution. Offering the option to purchase additional space, like exit row or premium economy seats, is a more practical approach.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but there are hundreds of things that you can start on a Monday, and a diet doesn't have to be one of them.
That's right. Keep demotivating people.
Don't eat old noodles. There were some leftover noodles from some delicious vegan fettuccine alfredo I had last night. And I was like, let me just have a few. And then I got ready for class, and I got in the car. And now I'm doing Zoom from home.
Seeing this video after eating 3-day-old noodles.
And now I'm doing Zoom from home because the starch from the noodles caused me such immense gas pain that any movement of the car had me screeching. So don't do that. Even if you think it'll be fine, because everything's vegan, and you were just gonna have a tiny bit, then you'll be sat on your bed, zooming into class, feeling so ridiculous. Don't do it.
One night is crazy. I've had week-old pasta before and no adverse effects.
You really thought this was a story worth sharing?
My mistake too.
Going through the thin as an era again after surviving it in your teens.
One minute you think it's a comedy, next minute it's an emotional journey, then it's got sort of a thriller aspect to it, but then it's quite mystical.
It's not about starving yourself, it's about making healthier choices. Like swapping that third slice of cake for a slice of apple. Baby steps.
It's the test is an era for me. And it always will be.
This is a message from your spirit guides. Go get the treat. Go get it. Go get the treat.
Bulking motivation.
Go get all the treats. All of them. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to our channel if you want to see more cringe TikTok compilations. And if you are anti-fat acceptance, please hit the like button to support us and spread awareness.
Guys, do you remember that time when I posted an almost identical video to this? But I was told that I should avoid potatoes. I was given unwanted and unsolicited health advice when I was minding my own business, just making a cooking video. But I was told that I needed to avoid potatoes. Do you remember that? Do you remember how fat people and thin people are not allowed to exist in the same way on the internet? You remember that? Again, no hate to this guy. I have no issue with him, and I don't hate him. I'm also not mad at him either. I am using his video as an example to compare how thin people and fat people are not treated the same way. So,
this claim is absurd when it's clear he does not make high-calorie meals a habit. Just because she can't control her own cravings doesn't mean she gets to police others' rare treats. Time to put down the judgment and maybe the fork too.
How can I avoid potatoes when I'm 1?
Throughout this video, we will throw some practical tips how to overcome hunger.
We need to talk about these two images and why they're used in elementary school classrooms and why it is fucked up and causes eating disorder and body dysmorphia. Let's get into it. Growing up, I looked like this. I was a big bitch, still am. I'm Armenian, we got big hips, we got big asses, and most importantly, we got some tummy. I was young and I looked like this and I was bullied. I still get made fun of for my fucking body. I don't give a shit. But the problem is, growing up as a child, if I ate any of these unhealthy foods and I was still a little heavy, my fault. You're fat, you're stupid. Look at you fucking eating like that. Do you want to get diabetes? But we see a skinnier person, let's say they're having a burger and it's a personality trait. Oh my God, it's funny. Like, look, they're so skinny. They have such a high metabolism. Wish I was them. No. Health is not determined by what you see on the outside. You can be looking like this guy and you can be healthier than what this guy is. This is not okay to teach children that what you look like determines what you are on the
Similar to previous one. The quality of food matters in terms of health, but the quantity for weight. Of course, chubby person can be healthier than a thin one, but does that make fat people healthy?
You were telling me a person that only eats McDonald's is healthier than a person that eats veggies. Just go to the gym. Geez.
Sometimes what you think is hunger is actually just thirst. So, drink a glass of water before you reach for a snack.
Well, I want you to try this because it's the green vegetable. Every time I've tried to cook her a little something extra, she just refuses. Just try a little taste. I can't.
First time she's refused to eat.
I bet that fork gets real steady when you put some cake in front of her.
Try hiding it in a double cheeseburger with bacon.
Protein-rich foods can help you feel fuller for longer. Include foods like eggs, meat, tofu, or legumes in your meals.
Let's say that fat person you're commenting on does have a binge eating disorder. Let's say they do overeat. Do you think your comment is going to help them out? Do you think it's going to be really helpful in their recovery? Do you think you're telling them something they haven't already heard? What kind of audacity does that take?
But yet you're judging someone who you think may not have Tourette's. Good job.
The comment may not have any influence on them since anyhow they are gonna overeat, but it may have positive meaning and spark inspiration and motivation in others.
Last time that I did walk, I took a screenshot. This is a screenshot. As you can tell, some photos down there. I walked for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. It was outside, a little bit of hill. So I'm very proud of myself for that. That makes me really just excited. I don't know. I remember a few months ago when I can only do 1 minute and 16 seconds.
This video is longer than her walk.
Don't forget fiber. Fiber slows down digestion and keeps you feeling satisfied. Load up on vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and beans.
We talk about thin privilege, and this is a really good example. So I am making my breakfast, and I have a piece of pizza from Domino's left that I didn't finish last night, and it sounded really good, so I'm eating it. because I exist in a smaller body, you're probably like, wow, good for her. Like, she has food freedom. She doesn't restrict herself. She doesn't say pizza's only dinner food, things like that. But now I want you to think, if I was in a bigger body, would you still be thinking the same things? Would you still say good for her? Or would you say, are you sure you want to eat that? Something to think about.
As previous ones, a classic case of cherry-picking to push a fat acceptance narrative. The speaker wants to blur the lines between occasional indulgence and unhealthy habits. Just because someone in a smaller body eats a leftover piece of pizza for breakfast doesn't mean they're celebrating food freedom. It's likely just an occasional choice. On the other hand, pretending that consistently making unhealthy food choices has no consequences, regardless of body size, is disingenuous. The reality is that there's a difference between celebrating moderation and ignoring the health implications of regular poor dietary habits. It's not about shaming anyone. It's about being honest about the long-term effects of those choices.
Sometimes, we eat out of boredom or stress. So find a distraction. Keeping your mind occupied can help you determine if you're actually hungry or just looking for something to do.
Comment on your body don't actually care about your health, or they wouldn't say shit like that. If you've ever had the misfortune of being on the receiving end of a, I'm just concerned about your health, you know how uncomfortable that made you. Defensive, irritable, it was not a good experience. Because that shit is manipulative. Because if I have any reaction that's not appreciative or apologetic for the way that my body looks, I'm unreasonable. I'm overreacting. But I just love you so much that I care. You love me so much that you're like, I'm worried you're gonna die. Surely this will have no effect on my mental health at all. And I'm sure that a lot of people that say it, it's not coming from a place of malice, but it is coming from a place of stigma and shame. And science has shown you literally cannot shame someone into lifelong behavioral change. You might see temporary changes, but the reality is self-hatred and health cannot coexist in your body. Think what you want, but you can keep it to yourself.
But ignoring the reality of health risks associated with certain lifestyle choices isn't helpful either. The idea that any mention of health concerns is automatically stigmatizing or shaming misses the point. Labeling all concern as stigma is a convenient way to avoid uncomfortable truths.
Plan your meals and snacks. When you have a plan, you're less likely to reach for unhealthy options.
Are y'all Barbie girls or black girls? Barbecue.
Lack of sleep can mess with your hunger hormones, making you feel hungrier than you actually are. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night.
Your life is a reflection of the choices you make. Own them and watch yourself thrive.
Hi there. I don't know how many times I have to say this on the internet, but just because a fat person exists does not mean that we want your unwanted and unsolicited health advice. I never asked for it. I don't want it. I'm existing on the internet, bro. You're not my doctor. You don't know anything about me. Your comment makes it seem like you believe that every single fat person dies because they're fat, and that every single fat person has health issues because they are fat. Guess what, buddy? That's not accurate. That's not the truth. You are uneducated, and you are harassing fat people online with unwanted health advice. Did you know that I'm fat? I'm aware of it. I have a doctor. I go to my doctor. We talk about it. You don't need to do that because you're a stranger on the internet who is not qualified and who doesn't know me. And the fact that you think I'm stupid enough that I don't think about my health? Bro, give me more credit than that.
This rant is a prime example of dodging accountability under the guise of just existing. The reality is, if you're posting online, you're inviting opinions, whether you like them or not. The fact that this person is so defensive about receiving health advice is interesting. Sure, not every fat person dies from being fat or has health issues solely because of it, but pretending that obesity doesn't come with significant health risks is just ignorance. If you know you're fat, you've talked to your doctor about it, and you're still brushing off concern as harassment, maybe it's time to reconsider who's really being uneducated here. The internet isn't a safe space where only validation is allowed. Sometimes, tough truths come with the territory.
I always get you'll be dead before 25 or 30. Someone said I wouldn't live past 25 on a post about my 30th birthday. People are so stupid.
I'm not fat, I'm a teddy bear.
Remember, taking responsibility for your actions is the first step toward real growth.
Our next video is a perfect example of how body positivity has been twisted into an excuse for avoiding personal responsibility. The speaker blames society for being mean and cruel to people in larger bodies, yet ignores the reality that health risks and societal challenges often come with being significantly overweight.
This is where body positivity went wrong. It said Delulu is the Salulu, essentially. By making body image a matter of confidence and self-love, and completely ignoring the fact that we are incredibly mean and cruel to people in larger bodies, and that does affect people, and instead putting it on the backs of those people to love themselves enough so that it no longer affects them, what people think of them. Meanwhile, what people think of them impacts their access to medical care, whether they are considered in design of spaces, whether they are considered in clothing design, whether they have any clothes made for them at all, etc., etc., etc. And let's not even forget the mere and simple social consequences of being in a category that's deemed undesirable and disgusting, and even in some cases contagious. So what we posed as the individual solution to this systemic problem was to just love yourself enough that none of that matters anymore, because all you need is you, because you're a bootstrap capitalist individualist girl boss and you just need to work harder to overcome. That just doesn't work, because we exist in the context of all in which we live and what came before us, okay?
Instead of focusing on the real need for healthier habits, she argues that it's everyone else's fault for not catering to those choices. The idea that self-love alone can't fix systemic problems is just a convenient way to avoid the hard truth. Health and well-being require effort, not just feel-good slogans. Pretending that all criticism is rooted in cruelty is a disservice to those who could benefit from honest advice about the impact of obesity on their lives.
Success starts with the courage to hold yourself accountable.
I can't chug bacon grease right now because I'm at a festival having fun living my life, but have fun in the basement. Enjoy the Red Bull.
But you are still eating. Food makes everything better? Why must fun be connected to food?
No one can steer your life in the right direction but you. Own your path.
Being fat is actually very cool because you get to find out who people are very, very quickly. You find out if people are assholes and horrible people very quickly and very easily. No more are there moments of like, oh, I didn't know they were weird. I didn't know they were mean. I didn't know they were gonna be so judgy. We know. Immediately we know. Sure, there are outliers who obviously slip through and all that, but fat phobia is such a hard thing to unlearn for so many people, even if they've unlearned other things.
So I need to unlearn that fat has health implications?
That it really shows you the amount of work that people have put into being compassionate, respectful, informed human beings. And it shows you right off the bat who is worth your time. Because people don't respect fat people enough to pretend with them. And they don't respect fat people enough to even give them the time of day in the first place. So you learn very, very quickly the type of person someone is, because they treat you pretty immediately, in most cases, how they see you.
I'm afraid if I lose weight I won't have this ability anymore.
This video spins the narrative that being fat is somehow a moral litmus test for others, which is just a way to deflect from personal responsibility. The idea that people are assholes for not tiptoeing around someone's weight is absurd. Respect and compassion are earned through actions and character, not demanded as a shield against uncomfortable truths. If someone judges you harshly, it might not just be about your size, it could be a reflection of unhealthy choices that have visible consequences. Not everyone who doesn't coddle your feelings is fatphobic, some are just honest.
Every decision you make is a chance to take control of your future.
Whoa,
Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Shit Marissa Says, What I Eat in a Day as a Fat Person Who Is Not on a Diet. So as you can see, I started with a nice coffee. Then I had my famous toast again with some eggs, feta, and my sauteed chard. Look how cute Phantom is begging for food while I eat. I had some Harvey's crispy chicken sandwich with lots of pickles. I love pickles. And the fries were pretty good too. Look how cute he is! Then I had some of these acai berry thingies from Dollarama. They were really good. And I had a little granola bowl with blueberries and milk. And that's all today for me promoting obesity. Thank you for watching. Have a good day!
No one believes you eat like this, and that you spend even this amount of effort into your meals.
Don't wait for change. Create it by taking responsibility for your actions. Hey there, fit people! Welcome back to Modern Fat Thinking. Today, we're diving into some next-level delusions from the fat acceptance movement. Spoiler alert, we're calling out some serious contradictions, so grab your snacks. Healthy ones, of course. And let's get into it.
Oh honey, self-love doesn't have a fucking look. Self-love can look like a bunch of different things. And the fact that you think that I can't love myself, well, I look like I am, that means that you have a fundamental misunderstanding about what self-love actually is.
Oh, honey, self-love doesn't have a look. Except, the look that screams denial. I love how they always say self-love like it means avoiding any responsibility for your health.
That means that you have a fundamental misunderstanding about what self-love actually is. If you knew what self-love actually is...
You know someone's about to drop some pseudo-philosophy when they start with, if you knew what self-love actually is. Yeah, we do know what it is. And newsflash, it includes taking care of yourself.
They're just mad that you're happy and they're not.
Brah!
You're deep in that delulu.
Here's the thing, self-love is crucial, but pretending that it's all about just accepting your body without any regard for your health, that's not self-love. That's self-neglect. Real self-love involves taking care of yourself, both mentally and physically. You can't just ignore your health under the guise of acceptance.
If you knew what self-love actually is, you would know that I shouldn't shame myself or be rude to myself because of my appearance. If you knew what self-love is, then you would have an understanding of what self-compassion is, and you clearly do not. There is no one look for what self-love looks like, but it doesn't look like what you're saying it does. What you're saying is that in order to love yourself, you have to be a certain body size. That's not how self-love works, bro. I don't have to be a certain size in order to like myself or love myself. I'm allowed to do it at my body size. But I do understand that you are the one who is projecting on me because you are the one who doesn't actually love themselves. And seeing me love myself at my body size offends you because you don't love yourself.
True self-love would be not destroying your body and your health by eating so much.
You're assuming I do that. You have no proof based in facts. Please unlearn your fat phobia.
So I understand that, but you don't. So instead of projecting your fat phobia onto fat people, you might want to go to therapy and unlearn your self-hatred and then stop projecting your fat phobia onto everyone else. Because you are incorrect here. There is no delusion, and the only thing that is delusion is how much I love myself. And because you have no concept of loving yourself, it looks like delusion. Because you have a fundamental misunderstanding of what self-love is. So thank you so much for coming to my TED Talk, and thank you everyone for watching this episode of Shit Marissa Says. Have a great night, and please do not come again. To the commenter, everyone else can stay. Thank you.
If self-love means never questioning the impact of unhealthy habits, I think we might have a fundamental misunderstanding of what self-love really is. Like, at this point, is it self-love or just self-avoidance? There's a huge difference between loving yourself and straight-up ignoring reality.
But I just care about your health. Then why are you harming my mental health? Because you're fat. But you just said that you care about my health. So why are you harming my mental health? What do you mean? You just said that you care about health, yet you are harassing me because I do not fit your unrealistic idea of health. So why are you harming my mental health for your ideals? Because you're fat and you're unhealthy. How do you know that though? Are you my doctor? Do you have some magical x-ray vision that you can tell everyone's health by just looking at them? No, but I know that you're unhealthy because you're fat. Too bad that science doesn't actually prove that and back that up. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't. Science actually proves that you can be healthy and fat at the same time. But you're too uneducated and you're too blind to your own fat phobia to realize that and open your mind to the updated evidence-based research. But I just care about your health, so lose weight.
This is my favorite kind of argument, the mental health shield. So apparently, it's now offensive to suggest that being extremely overweight might affect your health. And no, I don't have magical x-ray vision, but I don't need superpowers to know that carrying around 200 extra pounds isn't doing your body any favors. Science does show you can carry some extra weight and still be healthy, sure. But we're not talking about extra holiday pounds here. We're talking about extreme obesity, which is linked to heart disease, diabetes, and a long list of health problems.
I'm with you, it really grinds my gears when people look at a plus-size humans and just automatically think unhealthy/lazy, etc. Which in most cases it's not like that.
But I do understand that you are the one who is projecting on me because you are the one who doesn't actually love themselves. And seeing me love myself at my body size offends you because you don't love yourself.
Self-love and accountability can't actually go hand in hand. What do you think? Until next time, stay smart, stay healthy, and remember, real self-love means not ignoring reality. Today, we start with a powerful TikTok video where someone shares their journey of reaching nearly 600 pounds due to food addiction and what it took to reach their rock bottom. Let's break down the story with some humor and facts.
How did you get to that weight? Why didn't you stop? Respectfully, I'm just curious. Respectively, let's talk about it. I got to nearly 600 pounds. My heaviest weight was 598.2. And I got to that weight because I have an addiction to food. And I was self-medicating with food.
Self-medicating with food because Ben Jerry's is the most reliable therapist, right? A tub of ice cream feels like a warm hug, right?
And I didn't stop because I didn't hit my rock bottom.
Rock bottom, where the ground is made of leftover pizza crusts and unfulfilled New Year's resolutions.
Many things took place in my life, and I've talked about many different chapters and events and circumstances where a lot of people are getting flustered that they don't understand how that wasn't enough.
Like reading a mystery novel where the plot twists just keep you guessing.
And everyone's rock bottom is different. Needing to buy aids so I can bathe and wipe my ass wasn't rock bottom for me.
When your shopping list includes toilet aids, you know things have gone off the rails. But hey, rock bottom is a personal journey.
My kids coming up to me and watching me heavily breathe while just sitting down and telling me to take a deep breath and asking if I'm okay wasn't enough for me.
That's just selfish. When your kids are your personal breath monitors, it's a sign that things need to change, unless they're just really interested in becoming doctors.
Going to a local park for a friend's birthday party and not being able to walk from where I parked the car to the party inside the park with my kids, having to stop halfway and having another mom come get my kids and walk them the rest of the way to the party so that I could join them when I was ready was not my rock bottom.
So irresponsible. Since anyone knows that mobility issues are a common consequence of severe obesity.
Outgrowing my vehicle was not my rock bottom. Needing my kids to take care of me and help me do chores around the house and daily living skills was not my rock bottom.
Having your kids as your personal assistants? Not exactly the dream family dynamic.
My rock bottom happened on December 22nd.
Sounds like an unwanted holiday surprise. Merry Christmas. Your rock bottom is here.
22nd, 2023. I was 598 pounds. I was driving in a vehicle that I did not fit in. The steering wheel was digging so deep into my stomach that it was irritating an old C-section scar, and it got infected.
When your car starts acting like a medieval torture device, it's definitely time for a change.
December 22nd, I thought I was going to die. My body shut down. I had lost all control of movement. I was in a constant shake, sweating, chills, and I finally went to the hospital. And I had sepsis and cellulitis and was days away from going septic.
When a hospital visit becomes your Christmas vacation, it's time to rethink those life choices.
I spent Christmas last year, in the hospital alone. I was in the hospital for nearly a week, fighting this infection, fighting for my chance to live. And that was my rock bottom.
Spending Christmas in a hospital bed is definitely not what anyone wants on their holiday wish list.
While we're doing this, I am prepping breakfast for the next 3 days. So I'm going to measure out all my ingredients that I need for breakfast, and then I'll take you guys over to the stove in a different video.
You are going to measure leaves again, right?
So I'm going to start with 20 grams of spinach in each.
That translates to 4.5 calories. Are 4 calories making a difference? Are you okay?
So I'm very fat. I got very fat. And it was all my doing. I am a grown adult. I am a grown woman. Nobody in my life forced me to eat. I made the decision to eat the way I was eating.
Personal accountability is crucial in overcoming food addiction. The American Psychological Association notes that recognizing one's role in their health choices is the first step toward making positive changes. Let's take a little break from this video and shake some fat. We'll continue shortly.
For the plus sizes, for the plus sizes, for the plus sizes. They said big bag bitch get to the bag. They said big bag bitch you want a snack. Well this big bag bitch she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking and quaking. The brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need a Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney. The way to be.
Let's get back to the video.
Did I have support? Did I have encouragement to eat the way I was eating? I did. My food addiction, brought me to a community where gorging yourself, overstuffing yourself, feeding yourself until uncomfortability was encouraged.
Yes, the support group from hell, where the only requirement is to bring a bigger fork.
These people in this community wanted me to get immobile, and I felt accepted and loved and wanted, so I was willing to do that, and I began actively gaining.
When acceptance means needing a forklift to get around, it's time to find a new community.
I got to 598 pounds because I wanted to. I wanted to be the biggest woman, the most pretty, attractive, fat girl that you've ever done see.
Aiming to be a Guinness World Record isn't always the best life goal, especially if it involves breaking scales. And how is fat beautiful? Wanting to be the most attractive fat girl is like aiming for the gold medal in a competition no one should enter.
And I actively was gaining weight. I gained 100 pounds in 2023. And that was my priority. My priority was getting, I forgot to tear after that one. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I knew where I was headed and I wanted to be there. I was eating fast food multiple times a day, multiple fast food places, the same meal. I was eating out a lot, Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber Eats.
Fast food 3 times a day? You were living the dream, or maybe more like a nightmare in disguise.
And all of it was being paid for by people in that community that were encouraging me to gain weight. And so like that gets a lot of people questioning, like, how did you afford to eat the way you were eating and get yourself to nearly 600 pounds?
Well, when your food budget rivals a small country's GDP, questions are bound to arise.
I had people that wanted me to be immobile more than anything and would empty their bank accounts to get me there.
There are sick people in this world, yes. But if my viewers are nothing but self-accountable realists, I would delete my channel.
And I was dying. I was slowly dying. I could not walk from my car into my house without having to sit down. I live on a 2-floor apartment. My bedroom and bathroom are both upstairs. And I can't tell you how many times I have walked up those stairs and either go straight to the bathroom to sit down on the toilet or straight into my bedroom to sit down on my bed and panic because I thought in that moment I was going to die.
When climbing stairs feels like scaling Mount Everest.
And it happened on a regular basis. I couldn't catch my breath and it was only getting worse. And that wasn't enough. I remember I would climb up the stairs, go right into the bathroom to sit down. And like, I would have to take off clothing because it would feel too close to my neck. I have some dresses that have like a higher neckline and I'd have to like rip them off my body because I couldn't breathe. And I didn't want anything like around my throat or my neck. And I was in a constant panic 24/7 that my breath would be my last and final one. And that wasn't enough.
So your clothes are suffocating you more than your life choices. Got it.
I knew the reality that my kids would have to bury me someday, sooner than later, at 6 and 9 years old. And that wasn't enough to stop.
Selfish. So selfish. And what should they write on your tombstone? Death by donuts?
I'm grateful that I finally hit rock bottom. I am grateful that I have the supports in my life to help me reach my goals now.
Sometimes rock bottom is the solid foundation you need to build a healthier you, literally rock solid motivation.
The people that were once encouraging me to be immobile, I'm no longer in that community. I have removed myself completely. I have even gone so far as to changing my phone number, so I can no longer get in contact by these people. Because even after I left the community, people were still cash apping me and PayPaling me with messages to use it for food. And they hope I'm still being a feedie. They hope I'm doing well. They hope I'm still eating.
Continued negative influence from past associations can hinder progress.
But leaving that community was the best thing that I've done in this journey so far. And the people that I have in my life, here on the internet, in my real life, at work, family, friends, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I am down over 60 pounds from my heaviest weight.
Keep it up. But don't create another eating disorder by measuring leaves.
2 weeks from tomorrow, I start pre-op for my weight loss surgery, which is happening on April 22nd.
Countdown to transformation. It's like preparing for the Oscars, but the red carpet is a hospital hallway.
I know I've been distracted, so I'm going to do, I'm going to do 58 grams of onions in each one, 58 grams of peppers in each one. I'm going to do 117 grams of cottage cheese in each one.
58 and 117? Where are these numbers from? From a chaotic food addiction to a perfectly measured meal?
And then 3 ounces of this pre-cooked chicken in each one. And then I'll bring it over to the stove. I will add 2 eggs, a serving of egg whites, cook it all up, put them each in their container, let them cool down, throw them in the fridge, and then I'll have breakfast for the next 3 days. So I'm gonna do this, and I will catch you guys at the stove in a next video.
To wrap things up, this candid story highlights the severe consequences of food addiction and the journey to finding one's rock bottom. Recognizing these personal struggles is essential for making positive changes and striving for a healthier life. It's never too late to turn things around.
Fat activism,
fat liberation,
promoting obesity,
Anti-fatness.
fat bad, unhealthy,
my body, okay? Body diversity, or fat phobia,
fat acceptance.
This is your reminder that even if you're built like a Shar-Pei puppy, like me, I want to see you in bikinis this year because you look hot as hell. And I would know that because I make the rules, so.
Making your own rules about beauty is like being the queen of your own fabulous kingdom. Crown yourself.
I'm built more like an AirPod, but I'll wear it, I guess.
Our next video is of Marissa addressing a comment she received, calling it an example of fat phobia.
Hi there, everyone. I'm going to take a moment for this ignorant person's comment to educate people on what an example of fat phobia is. And this is it.
Starting off strong with a call-out. It's like setting the stage for a heavyweight debate.
This person knows nothing about me. They know nothing about me. But here they are, assuming that they know about me. It's like they have cameras in my fucking house.
If someone actually had cameras in your house, they'd probably just see a lot of Netflix and snacks, just like the rest of us.
They're assuming that they know exactly what I eat every single day, that I must be overeating because I'm this fat. And guess what? That's an example of fat phobia. Your stereotypes of fat people, your unrealistic stereotypes of fat people, are clouding your judgment, and your biased stereotypes are making you come to this conclusion. This is not based in fact because you don't actually know about anything that I eat. Also, you're wrong. Yes, fatness is genetic. So that's another thing that you're uneducated about and ignorant about.
Blaming genetics for your weight? That's like saying you inherited your love for pizza. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't.
So I hope you all learned that this is an example of what fat phobia is so that you should not do it to other people. Thank you so much.
While it's important to avoid making hurtful assumptions, it's also vital to have honest discussions about health. Addressing obesity-related health risks isn't about stigmatizing individuals. It's about promoting overall well-being and encouraging healthy lifestyles.
And I'm going to keep it cute. The issue at hand is that you feel like stores should practice plus-size inclusivity, which I completely agree with. If you advertise that you sell a certain size, you should have it in store for us to try on. I get it. But that's 10% of the problem. 90% of the problem is you. 90% of the problem is that you lack discipline to get down to a smaller size. 90% of the problem is that you don't have to be a 3X. That's a choice. You've been campaigning about this for years. Shit, you even wrote a song about it. And instead of saying, hey, let me get to a healthier version of me, you want to go into Old Navy and H&M and Forever 21 and American Eagle and have a temper tantrum that they don't have a size 3X, instead of focusing on the fact that you don't have to be a size 3X.
Everyone should mind their own business, even us, but this comment is on point. We need to address the real problem here and do something about it.
You don't have to be a size 3X. And I know somebody's going to come on here and say, oh my gosh, she's fat shaming. She's fat phobic. I'm not. I'm fat too. I'm a 1X. I'm a chunky monkey too. But I don't come on social media complaining that the stores don't have my size. Instead, I try not to be that size. So get some discipline in your life and focus on that. And you thought you ate with that little video. You really did. You thought you ate with that little video. You did. You thought you ate. You chewed it up and swallowed it, and it was straight from your chin to your chest because you don't have a neck. And let's focus on the clothes that you do wear. Everything that you wear is too small. You just in the mall with your titties flip-flopping all over the goddamn place. Just a goddamn hot, sweaty, heavy mess.
The end is just cruel. The title of the video is The comfort and conviction with which she made this video demonstrates how severe anti-fatness really is, and if she, herself, as a fat person is saying this. Imagine what the stakeholders and leaders of these brands are saying and thinking behind closed doors. But is it fair to want to influence even the way that people think?
She says ya clothes are too small but don't want stores to sell clothes in ya size. Make it make sense.
I don't advocate for myself. I try not to be myself, is all I heard.
I heard that she loves herself and that's why she's doing something about her weight that she wants to lessen. What's wrong with that?
I think this is one of the most fatphobic things I've seen in a long time on this app. Apparently, me using the hashtag medical fatphobia is violation against the community guidelines. I don't know. I don't understand this. I don't comprehend it. What the fuck? What the flying fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? How is this a violation? Medical fatphobia. It's a thing. Fat people die because of medical fatphobia, but I'm not allowed to use the hashtag. Make it make fucking sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. I don't get it. The fuck?
Maybe TikTok started to fight misinformation. Maybe your whole profile should be banned. But where would I find entertainment that way? Never mind.
How long until us existing breaks community guidelines?
Fatjoy was removed from a few of my videos recently.
TikTok is fatphobic, that is all there is to it.
Facts. Do I regret getting a large red beans and rice from Popeyes and eating just that for dinner and I'm violently ill? Yeah, I do. Am I gonna do it again? Yeah, I am.
That's your general relationship with food. We get it.
Me after every trip to Taco Bell.
IBS girly gang. BRB finding a toilet.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
You see how Walmart has their plus sizes in the front of their store? Very mindful, very cutesy, very demure. That's produce over there. I could go get an apple and still find something for my apple shape right here in the front. Thank you very much, Walmart. Wait. I spoke too soon. Because I'm seeing plus, but I'm not seeing plus. Wait, I'm not seeing... Is that size 2? Am I tripping? I need help. I was looking for the plus size jeans, but those aren't plus size jeans. I saw
you don't need no plus size jeans.
Listen. No, but that, I was like, okay, ladies plus, but then it's a size 2.
All right, come on.
All right, thank you. Right there.
Oh.
It say plus.
Those skinny girls.
I know, it ain't for me.
I'm asking lady though.
Okay, thank you.
Come on.
Okay. There's no plus size. Oh, right here. Maybe we should move the sign. Thank you so much for your help.
You don't need no plus size jeans. I love that man.
He ate.
Less than her.
Now, Walmart. How do you want us to know that the plus size jeans are right here? You literally had the sign over here. I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it. And what is it right next to? Clearance. Yep. What does that say? Over it. Don't piss me off.
That doesn't explain why him saying she doesn't need her size is good.
The level of fatphobia where people would rather defend multi-billion-dollar industries and corporations that rule the world over even just agreeing with a fat person that maybe they should have access to things. So, for example, I've seen many a person on this app say, well, why should H&M stock your size in store? If you want to shop in store, then you need to lose weight. Are you being paid by H&M to say that? In what world does stocking extended sizing impact you?
It's not about picking a side. It's about what is logical and what not.
Impact you. Take anything away from you. Apart from, of course, the righteousness you feel that you get to shop in store. That apparently, you H&M give you a big slap on the back for that. Is that it? Is that it? You assign so much of your own self-worth at the idea that a fat person goes, hey, I'd love something in my size, please. You go, well, you can't have it because only I can have it because I've been a good person and I am the size I am meant to be that H&M has dictated.
No, I think people just don't agree with you. But okay, live with the idea that whole society is against you. Be the victim, and find comfort in food.
These are multi-billion-dollar industries, and you would rather kiss their arse than even look around at your own friends and family and maybe advocate for their betterment. Same with plane seats, right? Plane seats. If a fat person goes, oh, it'd be awesome if plane seats were bigger, right? And you all go, well, I could fit in my seat. And if they made the plane seats bigger, then they would have to put all the costs up to accommodate it. And I'm not going to pay more for my plane seat just because fat people want bigger seats.
But you don't. It'd be awesome if plane seats would be bigger. You make petitions, advocate, push your logic, and require approval.
First of all, they don't have to put any seat price up, right? That's capitalism, right? They are putting the seat price up and blaming the consumer for it when they just don't need to be making as much profit. These are multi-billion-dollar profitable corporations. They don't have to be making as much profit as they are.
They don't have to make as much profit as they are. What is this statement? You want to dictate the price? Where is your basic logic and knowledge?
And yet they would blame us and then encourage you to blame the fat people just for wanting, I don't know, a bit of comfort? A bit of comfort in the air? Fucking hell. You are doing their bidding for them and you don't even realise it. Like I say, you would rather be up the arsehole of these multi-billion-dollar corporations who don't even know you exist over advocating for your own friends and family. Bananas, it would never be me.
Yes, the airlines push me to blame you. It's all a conspiracy. I think you should focus your time elsewhere. I think you have bigger problems. No pun intended.
Do they want us to walk around naked?
They said big bag bitch get to the bag. They said big bag bitch you want a snack. Well this big bag bitch she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking and quaking. The brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need an Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney. So what it be faking like they're making all the sizes. If you ain't got at least a 4X, you ain't trying. Ooh, so give it to us, baby. Give us a got. Give it to us when we step on the spot. Ooh, bye-bye, 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 bye-bye.
How many letters in plus size? That's what sis did. Got me up.
Want to point some things about this ongoing debate. Stores are businesses, and their primary goal is to make money by catering to their target customers. If the majority of their shoppers don't wear plus-size clothing, it doesn't make sense for them to waste valuable shelf space on sizes that don't sell as well. It's a straightforward business decision. Retailers need to optimize their inventory for what's most profitable, and plus sizes may not be part of that equation in many cases. There's also the fact that producing and stocking a wide range of sizes adds costs. If a store's core demographic doesn't frequently buy plus-size clothes, why should they bear the extra expense of carrying those sizes in store? That's why it's often more efficient to offer plus-size options online, where storage and sales logistics are less of an issue. Businesses have the right to make choices that align with their profitability and customer base, not to fulfill an expectation of inclusivity for the sake of it. As for brand image, some companies want to maintain a particular aesthetic that aligns with their clothing designs. They shouldn't be forced to cater to everyone if that dilutes their brand identity. Brands have the right to target specific body types, and it's unreasonable to expect them to cater to all sizes if it doesn't fit their style or goals. Not every store has to be all-inclusive. There are plenty of options available online for those who need larger sizes, and it's up to consumers to find the brands that suit them, not force brands to change.
I'm gonna spiral.
Let's go.
And I'm gonna bring you along with me.
We love that.
So as
Buckle
I'm
in. Let her off the leash.
She's
Buckle in.
buckled up. So as I'm sitting at my computer, doing research for this episode, and pulling up statistics, I find something that the CDC released in 2009. I'm scared. The CDC released a, quote, obesity cost calculator.
Oh. I'm sorry, what?
Oh, I know where this is going.
Wait.
Insurance premiums for companies, money,
To
money,
tally the financial losses linked to their overweight employees.
You are telling this as it is not true. But even not having a neck costs something.
So, I'm not even there yet. I'm going to spiral more. So it's called Lean Works.
Lean Works.
And it stands for Leading Employees to Activity and Nutrition. The website provides various resources to employers, including an obesity cost calculator, estimate the total costs associated with obesity, and determine annual obesity-related medical costs for their companies. 2, information and resources to help employers plan, build, and assess interventions to combat obesity.
Interventions.
And that's the word they use. That's the word.
Interventions.
That's the word.
You guys are acting like it's good to be obese. It's not normal and shouldn't be normalized. All you do shorten your lifespan and affect your health in a negative way. Why would you want that?
Let's be honest. Obesity is linked to a range of health conditions that can absolutely impact the bottom line for employers. It's not just a stereotype. Studies have consistently shown that obesity is associated with more sick days, increased health insurance costs, and potentially lower productivity. Employers have a right to be concerned about these factors because they directly affect workplace efficiency and healthcare expenses. These aren't just biases, they're facts backed by data. Obesity-related health issues are a major burden on healthcare systems, so it's reasonable for employers to take that into account when managing their workforce and related costs. Plus, businesses depend on employees being present and productive. If obesity contributes to higher absenteeism due to health problems, or if employees are less able to perform certain tasks because of mobility or energy issues, it's fair for employers to be concerned about the impact on productivity. It's not about judging people for their size, it's about managing real-world consequences that affect the company's performance and expenses. Employers are running businesses, not social programs. It's their job to make decisions that protect the profitability and efficiency of their organizations. While no one should be discriminated against without reason, pretending that obesity doesn't carry extra costs and risks is ignoring reality.
Or marry a plus-size girl.
Oh, yes, because beauty is within.
These videos keep popping up on my For You page, and they really bum me out. And it's not because of like the ratio of yes to no answers at all. It's more because the responses make it so clear that like 95% of people do not put any like seriously critical thought behind like their own perception of what fatness means and like how fat phobia shows up in their life and in their dating life.
But it is about preferences. Why should people overthink it? You would or you won't, that's it.
You may be a garden troll, but I can still love you for your personality. Bro, that's not the compliment you think it is.
WTF is the right answer? I find your morbid obesity so attractive. Get out of here.
I'm going to explain why. So in all of these videos, I feel like there's like 4 different categories of answers that range from like least offensive to most offensive. I'm going to start with the one that annoys me the absolute most. And it's actually the people that like when they're asked if they would date a plus size boy, girl, person, whatever, they say yes. And then immediately follow it with, oh, because looks don't matter. All that matters is what's within. This answer annoys me the absolute most because you are essentially implying that it's impossible for someone to find someone in a bigger body attractive.
Not someone. They do not find someone in a bigger body attractive, but would date them because of X reasons.
My ex would always say, well, looks don't matter. I'm attracted to other things, okay? So you're saying you don't find me physically attractive, huh? What did you want him to say? Oh yeah, I'm attracted to fat people?
And in a bigger body attractive. I personally feel like this response is way more insidious than someone saying no because it's not my preference. The next category of answers that I think is like maybe a little bit less offensive than that one, but still drives me crazy, is the answer, no, I wouldn't. And the reasoning being, oh, because I live an active lifestyle, I live a healthy lifestyle, and I want someone that matches my lifestyle.
Perfectly reasonable answer. But let's hear what is the problem here.
You're not fat, you're beautiful. I'm actually both.
Not you, but some people maybe.
Answer, no, I wouldn't. And the reasoning being, oh, because I live an active lifestyle, I live a healthy lifestyle, and I want someone that matches my lifestyle. This one drives me crazy because it's sort of veiled in the idea of like, oh, I just have a preference and it's okay to have a preference. I want someone who matches my lifestyle. The problem with this one is, though, that your premise that fat people are inherently not as active as you or don't take as good of care of themselves or aren't as healthy as you is just entirely false. I'm not going to go into like why that's false, but like if you do any further research, you know that fatness is not causational to what your lifestyle is or looks like.
But how can you say this? Of course, fat people do not care about their bodies enough, otherwise they wouldn't be fat. And of course, they are not active if a pair of stairs makes them lose their breath.
And really, it's just perpetuating like stereotypes. The third category of responses that I don't necessarily find like particularly offensive, I just think it's sort of like naive or like willfully ignorant, is when someone's like, oh, well, you wouldn't ask me if I would date a skinny person. Why are you asking me this question? You shouldn't even be asking me this question. It shouldn't even matter. I'm going to have to make a part 2.
I feel like half the dudes would likely have different answers if the camera wasn't on them.
Yes, every answer is so backhanded and they serve it to us as if we're starved. Should cheer and lap it up.
Oh, nobody thinks you're starved.
Let's talk about some things that I'm not allowed to do because I'm fat. Take that with a grain of salt. I'm not saying I can't do these things. I'm just saying when I do, I always get some interesting responses. Starting out strong, if you're fat, you're not allowed to say that you're fat because people will say, you're not fat, you're beautiful. Like, when did I say I was ugly? Seriously, fat's not like a bad word. It's just factual. Like, I'm just fat. Like, it's gonna be okay. I'm never allowed to think that a boy is flirting with me. I feel like I have said to my friend, like, I'll have someone actually flirt with me, and I'll be like, this guy I feel like is flirting with me, and they'll be like, really? Like, do you think so?
Okay, so what? They do not believe you.
I've made the move. You get the I just flirted with you because I could, and don't really like you reaction.
I've literally had friends, like some of my best friends in high school had their boyfriends would flirt with me, like actively flirt with me, but it was just like funny. Like it's just Michelle. I'm realizing now it's just because I was fat, so it's like just a joke that he would be interested in me. I'm definitely not allowed to say that I'm hungry first or like suggest that we go get food. Because clearly I'm like such a skinny little, like you only know if I'm fat by me being like, let's go get food. I don't know why this is such a fear that I have. It's like, is this universal? Please let me know.
What about the anxiety of carrying fast food into the house? The neighbors might judge.
Every time, even ordering fast food gives me anxiety.
Or eating in your car, at a red light because the people next to you will look at judge that you couldn't wait to get home and eat.
This one's personally annoying to me. I feel like when you're fat, you're not allowed to say like that you're lazy or like you can't be lazy. This really upsets me because I am lazy. Like I'm not fat because I'm lazy or lazy because I'm fat. I just like to sit and rot and fucking watch TikTok. Like, is that hard? It's cute and fun when a skinny girl does it and she's just like self-care vibes. But when I do it, it's like people are like, go to the fucking gym or stop eating. Like, what?
At least you are admitting that you are lazy, even though it's obvious. But do not accept, strive for more.
Going to the bar with my skinny friends and watching them get hit on and no one bat an eye at me. Wearing clothes or accessories that are food-themed.
There was a super cute shirt I saw once that had a donut pattern and I couldn't wear it 'cause I was afraid of the reaction.
Little update. I've been talking to the guy.
This TikTok got 85,000 likes. Let's see why. The title is, Body Positivity Isn't Always Sunshine and Butterflies. You're not alone. Hashtag dating plus size, hashtag dating over 40.
It doesn't matter how old you get. It never hurts less. So, a little update. I've been talking to the guy since early May, over 2 months, and we had a few dates, and I thought it went really well. We have everything in common. He texts me all day, every day. Same shared values, same life goals, same interests, really good banter. And he told me that I was smart and funny, and he told me that I was beautiful, which is the first time it's ever happened in my whole life.
This must be attention-seeking. Even your parents did not tell you are beautiful?
And we went on a few dates, and then we were talking, and he just said he's really concerned that of my lack of physical activity, and
genuine concern.
And I guess he's been trying to convince himself to find me attractive because I had such a good personality. And I told him that I didn't think that he should have to convince himself to find me attractive, and that I'm happy with my body and it's okay if other people aren't. And it's really hard.
Wait, if you are happy with your body and it's okay that other people aren't, why do you make this video? If everything is okay, why the emotions? Or you lied to him and you as well are concerned about the lack of physical activity.
It's really hard. I know it's the right thing, and I do believe that. It just is never easier. When you're dating and you're plus sized, it never really gets easier. And I'm sharing this because I, of course, turned to my girlfriends, but I forgot for a minute that they're all very beautiful and thin, and they've never had guys on the internet or just in life to their face tell them that they were ugly before. And
But he did not say you were ugly. He said he did not find you attractive.
So I know that there's a lot of other people like me on TikTok because I've seen a lot of you, and it's okay if it hurts. And you're not alone. And I really hope that one day we can get beyond fatphobia, and maybe I'll meet someone.
So you post this because there are similar stories on TikTok. And how is this fatphobia? You dated, and somewhere along the way he understood what a life of obesity would be, and gave up.
He was being honest, and he was concerned of the health issues that come with being overweight. Health issues can take a toll on a relationship.
Assuming that being fat is a health issue is the problem here. Many fat people are internally very healthy and active.
Okay, please do convince him.
People that tell you the truth even if it hurts your feelings, do love you. People will lie to you even to your death.
Everyone has health issues. By that metric I should have been concerned he has a prostate, as it is an issue for the majority of men.
I am not saying that you are fat and I'm sorry that you are hurting, but I do feel like it's up to him to be with someone he finds physically attractive.
Obesity and overweight are made-up words based on white privilege doctors who studied on one type of body and didn't take other sizes, shapes and forms into consideration. Also, fatphobia is rooted in racism. Do your research before you conform to something as harmful as diet culture.
Anyone can argue that dating someone who is plus size may pose concerns regarding long-term health. Obesity is often linked to a variety of medical conditions. From this perspective, dating a plus-size person might be viewed as involving a future burden of dealing with potential health issues.
was just reminded that 9 years ago today, I had the first, how do I get these words out? My first experience dating as a fat person, and I was in high school and I was just a baby, and I wish I could go back and hug her. Way too young to be on dating apps, but it's right when they first came out. And so my friends and I would joke around and we would just talk to some people, and it was fairly innocent. And there was this one boy I was talking to that was like more upstate New York or maybe west or somewhere else, not near where I was living. We had been talking for...
Wait, why so many camera cuts? Are you taking breaks from standing?
Living. We had been talking for a bit, and we never really planned to meet up just because neither of us had cars or a license yet or anything like that. But I was going to a concert with my friend, and it was in the town that he was in, and he was also going to that concert. And so we thought it would be a perfect idea to meet up then.
Time to sit down.
I had shared with the kid that I was curvier, thicker. Frankly, I was actually 100 pounds lighter than I am now. And we had sent each other pictures back and forth. He knew exactly what I looked like. I wasn't trying to fake anything because the last thing I wanted to do was for him to be shocked and I be a catfish. I get to the concert, I'm so excited, I'm texting him, I'm thinking, I'm finally gonna have my first kiss. I see him from afar, I go to text him and say, hey, let's meet up, and he blocks me. And I'm like, I did not come all this way to be blocked. So I went up to him and tried to start a conversation, gave him a hug, and he was so awkward. I left him alone. I went on with the day, and eventually he unblocked me, and I was like, what happened? And he was like, you're not curvy, you're fat. It was so creepy. You creep me out so much. Like, how come you stalked me? How come you came to this concert? All this stuff. And I was like, we planned it.
No, but you cannot remember every detail. It was so long ago. Long-term memory is considered easily corruptible, imprecise, and inaccurate, since with every recollection we add or remove something.
It was gaslighting. I was so embarrassed and ashamed, and I hated myself. And oh my God, relax. I thought, I will never find anybody if I am the way I am. And it's just so sad, and that would start the disaster of me dating and online dating for the rest of my life as a fat person. And I want you to know that if you're doing that, I see you, I hear you, I've been there, you're gonna find your person. And they're gonna love all of you.
But wait.
I thought, I will never find anybody if I am the way I am.
And you decided to gain weight?
I was told at like 12 to 14 years old that I will never find love being a big girl and no one will want me. By my grandfather.
Same here. He never brought up dating, but in general my father was always concerned about my weight.
Why is being concerned about your weight a bad thing? Look what you fat activists do. Look how far you go if someone does not share your view. See how delusional this is. You are blaming your father, your own father, person who raised and did everything for you, who loves and cares about you, that he is against you simply by wanting what is best for you. You think the whole world is against you. So no person is good person, unless he thinks fat is okay. No words.
Why aren't there like safe, private spaces, support groups even online for fat girls to unpack these experiences together free of scrutiny from others?
There could be an argument that many people feel pressured to embrace plus-size dating to avoid being labeled fatphobic or insensitive. This may be seen as a conflict between personal attraction and societal demands for inclusivity and tolerance, causing people to suppress genuine preferences.
Okay, I really am curious and feel like I need to know if anybody else feels this way. And I am probably specifically talking to my girls on this one, my plus size girls especially, but there is like a compliment that I get mostly from men, I feel like, in dating that rubs me a weird way. And I don't know if it's a just me thing. I think it relates to my experience dating as a plus size woman, existing as a plus size woman, but I'm not sure. And so I'm just so curious.
Okay, tell us already.
But I'm not sure. And so I'm just so curious if anybody else has similar feelings. But when I am talking to somebody or dating somebody, when I'm interested in somebody and they're interested in me, and they call me cute. Like, they compliment me and say, I think you're so cute. I like you because you're this, this, and that, and you're super cute. It feels weird to me. Like, it doesn't feel like I don't feel complimented. I think maybe it feels a little like, oh, you're so cute. Like, maybe not demeaning, but like, why aren't you calling me beautiful? Gorgeous. Like, stunning.
Stunning? Cute because of your appearance. Strange clothes, uncommon colors, childish vibe. Nothing to do with fat.
Stunning. But seriously, and here's why I think it relates to being plus size. I've been plus size my whole life, especially in high school. I had such a awful relationship with my body. I did not date in high school. Like, I was not asked out. I was not asked to dances. I wasn't hooking up. Like, nothing was happening for me in high school. And because I already had such a challenging relationship with myself and truly hated myself, like, if I'm being really honest, in so many ways, I just internalized all that as I'm not attractive or desirable, and people just don't find me attractive. And I think that made me hypersensitive to like being attractive to other people.
What does that even mean?
And fast forward to now being 32, my relationship with my body is so much different. My relationship with myself is so much different. I see myself so much differently. I know that I'm beautiful. I know that I'm attractive. I know that I'm desirable, all of those things. And still, it's kind of an ick for me, if I'm honest, if like in a dating scenario, someone calls me cute, especially a man. It causes such a reaction, and it just makes me wonder, do other people feel like this, especially other plus size people? Do you feel similarly, or am I just being weird? Or is there like other words or other like compliments that just like don't land for you? Please share, I'd love to know.
It feels condescending. I hate the compliment of, I love your confidence. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but why wouldn't I be confident?
I'm also so curious what compliments feel weird to you too. I know we've got stories.
You look big enough to take my bragging about his anatomy without getting injured. I hated that one.
You are so soft while touching bigger areas. Like, no, bad touch.
Thick, or even worse, thick, really pisses me off.
You're probably a great cuddler.
I've gotten adorable so many times and I hate it.
Turn it back to them and tell them they're adorable too.
Cute equals you have such a pretty face.
I think cute means, I don't find you particularly attractive, but you're good enough.
What I hate even more is you have such a beautiful face, meaning only my face is beautiful but not my body.
See, mine is anytime, actually, is used. You're actually really cute. You're actually so pretty, etc. That's super flattering on you, always reads. That makes you look slimmer.
Or when they always only compliment your eyes because it's the one thing that's not influenced by how much you weigh.
There's a perspective that there could be concerns that lifestyle conflicts may arise between partners, especially if one person prioritizes fitness and health while the other does not. Someone might argue that these differences in priorities could create tension in the relationship, particularly when it comes to making decisions about diet, exercise, and even family planning, for example, raising children with healthy habits. Someone might also claim that there are potential challenges when it comes to intimacy or maintaining an active, adventurous lifestyle with a partner who has limited mobility due to their size.
A fat content creator.
It's just a body. And I know the vibes.
Something that I find very interesting about being a fat content creator is that I got this comment 1 hour before I got this comment. Make it make sense.
It won't make sense because they have no sense.
I will make it make sense. You have fans trying to support and lying to you on one hand, and you have genuine comments on the other.
F the weirdos, your stash suits you. It's so cute.
It's gotta be that they are so disconnected from fatness that they refuse to perceive us or something. I get these same comments. It's wild.
This is what I really think it is. It's so fascinating.
Praising someone's weight loss can be a positive thing because it acknowledges their hard work, discipline, and dedication to improving their health. For many, weight loss is the result of significant lifestyle changes, and recognition of that effort can feel validating and encouraging. It can also serve as a form of support, letting the person know that their progress is noticed and appreciated.
You did? Oh wow, yay! Oh my gosh, yay!
I think you are just jealous. Losing weight can be a challenging journey, but it's definitely achievable and can lead to a healthier, happier life.
On average, we get 75 summers. That's it. 75. And I've already lived 33 of them. I would hate to spend 50 of my summers hiding my body and feeling like shit about myself, just to realize by the 51st summer, it's just a body. There's so much more to life than the size of your jeans, than the cellulite on your legs.
But isn't it also about health? Doesn't health and quality of life matter for your remaining 50 summers? Isn't being able to move important?
Hiding my body and feeling like shit about myself, just to realize by the 51st summer, it's just a body. There's so much more to life than the size of your jeans, than the cellulite on your legs, than the way that your arms look. Everything about your body is just that. It's just a body. I'd rather spend my summers soaking up the sun, wearing what I want, and living for me. Because my perfect body is the one that I have. Because no matter how much I wished away, no matter how much I ate it, it's the only body I'm going to have.
And that is why you should take care of it. This encourages complacency. Be better.
I love your confidence. Enjoy your life, girl.
Embracing self-love while striving for more is the key to nurturing both your spirit and your potential.
I know the influence, I know the impact, and I know the vibes. And the girlies love the vibes, and that's just what it's about.
That is so narcissistic.
Sizes S to 5X.
As your pic would fit on S shirt.
OMG Jordan merch.
Being obese is a major risk factor for developing lymphoma. Let's dig in.
I think that you are confused, but I'm going to answer the question that I think that you are meaning to ask. Does fatness cause lipedema?
Oh, don't worry, I'm always confused, just like you were about the question. But please, go ahead and answer the question no one asked.
Does fatness cause lipedema? No, according to the Cleveland Clinic and the NHS, lipedema is not caused by fatness or obesity.
Right, because when obesity and lipedema are seen hanging out together, we're just supposed to believe it's a coincidence. Sure, lipedema isn't caused by obesity, but pretending they don't get worse together is like ignoring the elephant in the room, an elephant that, by the way, keeps gaining weight.
Just curious. Why obese in quotes?
Because of its anti-black history and misapplication of use in a medical setting as a justification for the neglect of fat patients, as well as its inaccuracy in determining health in patients overall.
I had no idea. Thanks.
In fact, most of the health outcomes that are commonly associated with obesity do not even apply to people who have lipedema.
Oh really? So you're telling me that all those health risks tied to obesity just skip right over people with lipedema? Obesity just takes a day off when it comes to lipedema, does it? Funny, because weight gain makes lipedema worse. But sure, let's pretend that being obese doesn't add a whole list of extra health risks to the mix. That's convenient.
People really struggle when we talk about disability and health and fatness with this issue of correlation versus causation, specifically with something like lipedema that causes weight gain and prevents weight loss.
The correlation versus causation argument. Let me make this simple. Just because obesity doesn't cause lipedema doesn't mean it doesn't make things worse. If we're going to play semantics, let's not forget that adding more weight is exactly what worsens the symptoms.
Specifically with something like lipedema that causes weight gain and prevents weight loss. Because most of the people who have lipedema are plus size or fat or obese, there is this misunderstanding that fatness is what causes the disorder.
Weight gain and the inability to lose weight? Yep. Sounds like fatness might be playing a role here, doesn't it? But nope, according to her, it's just a misunderstanding. Just like how I misunderstand that eating a box of donuts will somehow help me lose weight. Must be the donut's fault.
Misunderstanding that fatness is what causes the disorder as opposed to the disorder increasing the likelihood of a person being fat or becoming fat.
The age-old chicken and egg question. Did the fat come first, or did the disorder just roll out the welcome mat for it? Either way, they're pretty cozy together now, don't you think?
The primary symptom of the disorder, the thing that the disorder does, is cause this buildup of tissue that then results in a buildup of fluid. So, of course, most of the people who have lipedema are going to be fat, right? Like, duh.
Like duh? Well, if duh is the argument, I guess we're done here, right? Look, no one's shocked that people with lipedema are often obese, but that doesn't mean we get to pretend obesity doesn't make the condition even harder to manage. It's not a duh, it's a major issue.
Like, duh. Which is why a lot of folks in the medical field, in the lipedema community, are always trying to make this distinction that I don't always really totally agree with between obesity and lipedema.
Oh, even now you don't agree with medical professionals? Well, I don't agree with pineapple on pizza, but that doesn't make it any less real.
Because at the end of the day, like, if you are a higher weight individual, you are qualified as obese because obese is a BMI measure. It doesn't really mean anything.
The classic BMI doesn't mean anything argument. If it doesn't mean anything, why do we see the same health risks popping up every time someone's BMI skyrockets? Sure, it's not perfect, but dismissing it completely? That's a stretch, even for the BMI.
What I mean to say is that BMI, as we all know, does not take into account body composition, both for like bodybuilders who are mostly muscle and also for people who have lipedema.
Sure, we've got the same BMI as The Rock, except instead of muscle, we're rocking a whole lot of excuses.
Everyone's body is different. And we've seen groups like the American Medical Association start to move away from using BMI as a measure of health.
Look, even if the AMA is moving away from BMI as the sole measure of health, they aren't throwing it out the window like it's yesterday's garbage. It's a tool, just one of many. But I guess when you don't like the numbers, you just change the tool, right?
I really recommend everyone look into the creation and history of the BMI, both people who are really committed to separating lipedema from obesity and also people who just buy into BMI as a metric of health, because there's just like a lot in there that might surprise you.
So, in summary, obesity doesn't cause lipedema, but being obese sure doesn't help. The condition gets worse when you pile on more weight. Just like adding more toppings to a pizza doesn't make it healthier. Yes, I'm back to pizza analogies. Remember, facts don't care about feelings. If you want more pizza references, don't forget to like. Thank you.
All the hobbies we could have chosen, we chose the most expensive one.
You are talking about food, right? Gorging have to be your hobby. Eating is the worst hobby you can pick.
If the wallet isn't screaming, it's not a hobby.
People forget that what you like is often based on what you see, which is why representation is so important. What we see is not a direct reflection of what is genuinely likable and attractive and good. It is a reflection of what the people in power want us to think is good and pure and attractive. We soak up so much more from the world and our environment than we like to think. We are not immune to propaganda. People get high and mighty about things like disabilities and fatness.
No, no, no. We can ignore the nonsense you said, but don't mix disabilities with fatness again. This is not okay at all.
Like they're somehow inherently bad and unattractive and not good. Why do we think that? Because that is the message that we've been shown. But because the message is so insidious and there from the beginning of our lives, we don't question it, we just absorb it. And when we just absorb something from the beginning of our lives, we think it's just common sense. So we don't interrogate it, and we don't want to interrogate it. But these are messages that we are being fed. There is no innate body hierarchy, no truth in this is attractive, this isn't. It is shaped by the media and our culture.
Got it. So now you do the propaganda to convince us that you are attractive. Preach beauty.
I always get weight loss ads on my TV on YouTube. Anti-fats are everywhere, but we're still here.
Hey girl, maybe just accept the fact that most people aren't attracted to fat people. It has nothing to do with brainwashing.
What do you make of the biological arguments people make to so-called prove fatness is inherently unattractive? The logic is basically that we are animals, are naturally hardwired to want to be with and reproduce with healthy people, and fat people are supposedly inherently unhealthy.
You put your butt on backwards. Get it? Because I have a line going down my stomach. Isn't that so genius and hilarious? If I had $1 for every time some bored, sad stranger on the internet made some variation of that comment about my body, I would have a lot more money. But it's okay because I get to live with the peace of knowing that I will never be sad or miserable enough of a human being to leave horrible comments about a stranger's body. Anyways, here's my little outfit showing off my stomach because it deserves the love.
No need to hide or be ashamed, but why try to be proud and intentionally emphasize it? Don't understand this need.
You are gorgeous and they just want to take you down. It shows how insecure they are as a person. Keep being you.
You made these shirts for this demonstration that the CFDA and Vogue are putting on. Fashion for our future. And they stop at an XXL. They don't even come in plus sizes. But you continuously want to censor plus size bodies in your marketing.
Oh my God, she mad. She really mad.
She's rabid.
You think that anger would burn some calories.
When you speak with passion and it's perceived as anger.
They're mad that they don't have an ounce of your talent or beauty.
There is nothing wrong with being yourself and living in a larger body. No matter what society and diet culture says.
Well, that is somewhat inaccurate. The wrong part about living in larger body is the health. No one says don't be yourself, but we as people should always try to improve and strive for more. That's also part of how society moves forward, I guess. At the end of this video, I wanted to share some truths about how fast food actually makes you hungrier. That cheeseburger and fries combo isn't just giving you extra calories. It's actually tricking your brain and body into wanting more. We'll break down exactly how it happens. So, let's start with how hunger works. It's all about communication between your brain and your stomach. Your body releases hormones like ghrelin, the hunger hormone, to tell your brain it's time to eat. Once you're full, your stomach sends signals back to the brain, releasing hormones like leptin that tell you, hey, I'm good, stop eating. But here's the thing, fast food messes with that entire system. The way fast food is engineered hijacks your body's natural hunger signals and makes you feel hungrier even after you've eaten. Sounds crazy, right? We'll look at why. The key villains in fast food? It's that magical combination of sugar, fat, salt, and additives. Fast food is loaded with these ingredients, and they interact with your brain in a pretty sneaky way. When you eat fast food, these ingredients activate the brain's reward centers, releasing dopamine, the feel-good hormone. It's almost like a mini high. Also, fast food is often packed with refined carbs. think white bread buns, fries, sugary drinks. These carbs cause your blood sugar to spike quickly, and when that happens, your body releases a flood of insulin to bring those levels back down. But after that spike comes the inevitable crash, leaving you feeling sluggish, tired, and, you guessed it, hungry again. This roller coaster of blood sugar levels tricks your body into thinking you need more food to regain energy, even though you just ate a large meal. Fast food is often what we call calorie-dense but nutrient-poor. That means you're getting tons of calories but very little in the way of vitamins, fiber, or protein, the stuff that keeps you full and nourished. When your body doesn't get the nutrients it needs, it keeps sending hunger signals because it's searching for those missing vitamins and minerals. So, even after a fast food meal, your body might still crave more food in an attempt to make up for what it's missing. Let's end with the psychological effects of fast food. Fast food packaging, advertising, and convenience all play a role in decision-making. Bright colors, catchy jingles, and the sheer availability of fast food make it a go-to option, even when you're not really hungry. When you're constantly exposed to these cues, it becomes easier to choose fast food and harder to make healthier choices.
What's actually outrageous here is that we're forced to pay twice for the same accommodation anyone else gets with just one ticket.
Maybe because you're the size of two people?
Two is generous.
This isn't about giving fat people more, it's about accommodating basic needs. In Canada, they have a one-person, one-fare policy because they get it. In Canada, people who need more space aren't paying extra. They're paying for the space their body needs, no extra charge for something that should be basic. Meanwhile, in the US, fat people are still being forced to pay double for what should be a standard accommodation. And let's not forget, airline seats keep shrinking every year, making it even harder for people who already need extra space. Why is it that other countries, like Canada, recognize this as a basic need, but here in the US, airlines are still making money off our discomfort? It's time they stop profiting from our bodies and start treating everyone fairly.
If I'm ever big enough to need 2 seats, it will be my wake-up call.
It's like me and my coworker get paid the same money for the same job. But I spend more money, so I should get paid more by your logic.
You're twice the people.
More like triple.
Yet you voluntarily pay way more than twice for food than an average person.
Let's face it, this is satire and she is probably just here for the bucks to buy some of her basic needs, which is probably the whole menu of McDonald's.
She had to buy 2 seats?
Nope, the person sitting next to her is under there somewhere.
2 airplanes.
Brandy Melville making bigger sizes? Let's go see. Wait, so is everything actually one size fits all? Oh Lord.
Is there a fitting room?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, first of all, this is a runway. And second of all, watch me work.
They said big bag bitch get to the bag. They said big bag bitch you want a snack. Well this big bag bitch she got the stack. So put big bag bitch clothes on the rack. Ooh, on the macaroni. Move and shake it for me. Ooh, we shaking and quaking. The brands are phony. Ooh, the brands are phony. Ooh, they need a Tony. They need an Emmy, Oscar, Grammy, cause the shit's baloney.
Plus size people need clothes too.
One size fits all, and y'all mad when the one size fits all? Skinniness is a disease of the mind, and I hope y'all get well soon.
Do you drink water during the day? No water at all? Okay. All right. And then what are you drinking during the day?
Sodies.
Sodies.
Sody pops.
Okay. And how much do you think you drink a day?
8 to 12 a day.
8 to 12 cans? Mm-hmm. Okay. And it's regular soda?
No, it's diet.
It's diet. Okay.
Our mom told us when we were younger, if we ate a sugar, you drink a Diet Coke afterwards and it'll cancel out the sugar.
Okay. Do you believe it to be true?
Yeah. I did when I was a kid.
Sure, okay.
Her blood type is gravy.
I can never tell fat people's gender. They all got boobs and look the same.
Ignore negative comments. You are bigger than that.
Health is socially, in society, talked about in a specific way. It has a specific look. You have to do specific actions, and it needs to look like health to other people, which is where the performatory aspect comes in, right?
Yeah.
You need to look like you are working to achieve health.
Yeah.
I think it's so important to reiterate that it does not matter the size of your body. You can be unhealthy at any size.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that, I feel like people won't argue with as much as you can be healthy at any size.
Being thin doesn't always equate to being healthy. Sure, however, excess body fat, especially around the abdomen, is more strongly associated with health risks.
Here is an unconventional weight loss tip. Focus on your gut microbiome. Solely by doing that you will lose fat. Eating fiber-rich and consuming fermented foods, plus avoiding processed foods and staying hydrated and active is all you need. Gut bacteria play a role in appetite control by influencing hormones. Dysbiosis can cause chronic, low-grade inflammation. A healthier microbiome will reduce cravings for high sugar or high-fat foods, not to mention all other physical and mental benefits.
What I eat in a day as a fat person who doesn't want to lose weight. The first thing I have every morning is a cup of coffee because I do in fact have a caffeine addiction. For brekkie, I had oatmeal with bananas and walnuts because I was craving something warm and hearty. For lunch, I was really craving a chicken sandwich, vegetarian of course, so I made that with a side of grapes. Remember how I said I have a caffeine addiction? Yeah, I had to have my afternoon cup of iced coffee. I also had a slice of toast because I was just really craving bread, and then for dinner, I made barbecue tofu with green beans and smashed potatoes. And I had Greek yogurt for dessert. And that's all she ate, baby.
No way a fat person eats this way. Firstly, because this is more than the effort a fat person puts into preparing food. Second is the healthy aspect of it. Third, the calories.
You're eating so healthy. This is a really well-balanced meal.
Number 1, your question is, what is your biggest mistake?
The biggest beefsteak. Mistake. What is your biggest mistake in the beefsteak?
Candidate number 1, your question is, what is your biggest mistake?
The biggest beefsteak. Mistake. What is your biggest mistake in the beefsteak? Mistake. Again, the question is, what is your biggest mistake?
She is hungry. She's not hungry. She is hunger.
They literally killed her confidence. She thought she had it. Easiest question she's ever asked.
Sorry, English is my second sandwich.
Fat people have great sex too, just like anyone else, and are more than capable of having great sex, life, end of story. The idea that fat bodies aren't desirable or can't have fulfilling sex lives is outdated and harmful. We have sex just like anyone else. It's about communication, comfort, and finding what works for both of us. It's 2024. Let's stop assuming what people can or can't do based on their bodies and start respecting how we all experience intimacy.
Poor bed.
Can you please make a highly detailed video explaining how? I'm a scientist.
End of story. Then continues to explain the story.
Parents, they go to the front office and they complain about their kids being in my class. You know, is he gonna be able to do this? I had one parent, she said, what if he falls on the kids?
Is that sound the kid he fell on?
The cameraman took that wide angle just when he said that.
We needed a visual.
Here is a weight loss tip. Focus on sleep. By prioritizing 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night, you can optimize your body's ability to regulate hunger, burn calories, and reduce cortisol, which promotes fat storage.
So here's the thing. Fat people are not the supporting cast in the little movie that is your life. We're not your mommy. We're not your therapist either. We're not your little wingman at the bar you can abandon as soon as you find some dick. We're not your stylists. We're not going to go to the mall with you and only visit stores that carry clothes in your size. And we're happy to have you in our little movies. But if you want to be in them, here's what you're going to do. Educate yourself on fat politics and fat liberation. Actively ask us about our dumb little crushes and love interests. When you ask us to dinner, choose a restaurant with accessible seating. Provide accessible seating in your own home. Advocate for your fat friends whenever you can, and remember, friendship is reciprocal.
What is this us versus them mindset?
I don't have to do anything. If my friend happens to be fat, then that's just what it is. I am not gonna do something I wouldn't do for others.
I don't eat that kind of meat. I haven't really eaten nothing since I've been here.
You're not gonna fade away. You're gonna be fine.
I still have to eat something.
No. You're eating the food that belonged to the next 4 years ahead of time.
She's ready for hibernation.
Are obese people responsible for climate change and the food crisis? If they eat enough for 10 people, how much pollution are obese people responsible for?
Your worth is not determined by the size of your body. Just because diet culture runs that way doesn't mean the rest of the world does.
But your body and appearance tells a lot about your character. That's a fact.
Facts. I'm getting sick of weight loss and people who do it in general.
My question to you guys is...
I ain't answering no motherfucking question.
Ooh. Mr. White, what would be the first meal that you would feed me?
Salad.
Wait a minute.
Not even salad. Air, the water. Something that doesn't have calories.
Another weight loss tip. Meal prep is effective for weight loss because it helps control portion sizes, ensures balanced nutrition, and reduces reliance on unhealthy, last-minute food choices. By planning and preparing meals in advance, you can maintain a calorie deficit, avoid overeating, and stick to your dietary goals. It also saves time, minimizes food waste, and keeps you consistent, which is essential for long-term weight loss success.
Airlines make their products smaller every year. Then they blame us for not fitting. If your car got smaller every year, wouldn't you be pissed? Seats are getting smaller, seatbelts are getting shorter, and they pack us in tighter so they can make more money. But when we can't squeeze into their tiny seats, it's somehow our fault. I'm done letting airlines make us the problem when it's them causing it.
What is this comparison with my car?
Been working for a major USA airline for 30 years. People have gotten bigger faster than seats getting smaller. That's the real problem.
Blaming passengers for not fitting into a flawed system is wild. Maybe after 30 years, it's time to stop making excuses and start advocating for real solutions.
I see a much bigger problem.
When was the last time that you had a period? You don't remember. Okay.
There could be a slight chance I might be pregnant now.
Really? And why do you say that?
I've been craving weird things that I'm not
normally craving?
Yeah.
And now you crave it.
Like water.
Well, some of it
I'm
could
craving
be
water.
Yeah.
Bet you ain't pregnant, you're thirsty. You're just thirsty, bitch. Go drink you some water. It'll be alright.
Or diabetic.
My mom told me that if a man finds a fat woman attractive, then there is something wrong with them. Which really made me think any guy interested in me was mentally unwell.
I got this message too, and I internalized it in a really specific way. Basically, I was like, if anybody who likes me has something wrong with them, I don't want them, because I know that inside I'm actually fantastic, but I'm fat on the outside, so obviously no one's gonna want me, whatever. But I had pretty unshakable self-confidence in my own intellect, in my own personality, in the fact that I was interesting and creative and smart. So I was not gonna settle for somebody who wasn't those things, and I didn't want that in the world. Like, I didn't want to show up to the world in that way. So I started to believe that any dating that I did was me like conceding that I had low self-esteem. Any acceptance of any kind of attention was me being like, that's correct. I am low value. Like, That's how I read it. So I boycotted dating. And I did that for 22 years. And honestly, I did what I had to do, man. But I know that's not the necessarily healthiest thing, but that is where it came from. The belief that anybody that I dated would be below me because they would be attracted to me. And so it was this kind of catch-22. And the only option for me was to completely say no to dating and step out of it.
Well, there is fathish for sure. And a fetish may be regarded as a mental disorder.
I feel like her comment represents the mindset of 99% of fat women. That's how society makes us feel. They also demonize the people who do find us attractive.
So, where should we eat today? Oh, awesome! You brought lunch for everyone?
She is everyone.
Mama, may I have cookie?
No, Diabito. Roll back to kitchen.
Oh.
You do not need to put yourself down in order to give others a compliment. I have recently been posting videos of my style, of how I dress, my size 26 to 28 body, and the response has been so amazing and it's so uplifting, and I've had so many great comments. But I do get a lot of comments where, you know, people say like, oh, you look great, but I look like, and then they describe themselves in a really negative way. I think I understand where you're coming from, but the next time you feel the need that you want to give a compliment, but you also want to put yourself down, just take a step back and ask yourself why. And secondly, who does that benefit? Because I'm sure it doesn't benefit you. Being fat in a bigger or larger body is already an uphill struggle. You do not need to also kick yourself down that hill.
I really need you to record daily affirmations so we can listen to them every day. Lol, I love your accent.
Self-critique about your appearance can be a powerful tool for personal growth when approached with balance. By objectively evaluating your looks, you can identify areas you might want to enhance or change, boosting your confidence and helping you present your best self. It also fosters self-awareness, allowing you to highlight your strengths while addressing insecurities in a constructive way. However, it's important to be kind to yourself. Self-critique should be about self-improvement, not self-judgment.
Born and raised in Oregon, I am 24 years old. I'm a fat activist and post informative and lifestyle content to various social media platforms. Currently in my second year of a counseling program. Fat liberation, no weight loss talk.
Meet Leah, known to her followers as Splotchmaker, a vocal presence on TikTok, where she advocates fat acceptance and mental health awareness. Today, we're taking a deep dive into Leah's world to understand what lies beneath the bold statements and activism. Throughout this video, we will also cover her Instagram profile as background. Leah's initial TikTok presence was centered around relatable content, makeup, pet videos, and casual lifestyle vlogs. This era was marked by a lighter tone until, in my opinion, the passing of her cat, Spot, catalyzed a shift.
Me and this kitty have been through it all together. He's been with me since I was 7, and he was there with me for my Hannah Montana themed bedding and room. He slept on that every night.
From this point, Leah pivoted sharply towards fat acceptance advocacy, queer identity representation, and broader social issues.
I don't care anymore. There needs to be a lot more voices and visibility for the ongoing genocide in Palestine. Everyone needs to be calling for a ceasefire. If you're still COVID conscious in 2024, thank you. We do not get enough support. In fact, we get the exact opposite. We get gaslit, we get peer pressured, we get bullied, we get mocked, we get harassed.
Notice the same narrative as always.
We get gaslit, we get peer pressured, we get bullied, we get mocked, we get harassed. I want to speak some positivity over here because we are protecting ourselves, our loved ones, our communities, our pets. We're doing an incredible thing, and not in any sort of like virtue signaling, like moral superiority way. but just we are doing an incredibly beautiful, kind, community-oriented, scientifically backed thing.
So now you do believe in science. How can this be? Isn't this the same science you hate and dismiss?
And COVID is really, really serious. It's not just a cold. Even if for some people it presents as one, it damages every organ system in your body.
So does visceral fat.
So is obesity. Jumping jacks immediately.
There is well-documented knowledge of how COVID impacts the body and the brain, which is a part of our body.
Same applies to fat, but okay. Let's move on. What fueled this transformation? As we trace Splotch's trajectory, it's clear that her story is steeped in personal struggles, particularly with mental health. Leah's advocacy for fat acceptance is supported by her lifestyle choices. She claims she is vegan, yet no one believes her. However, vegan food does not equal healthy food, it may be on the contrary.
Fat people should never eat fast food is the most ridiculous fatphobic lie. I went and got Taco Bell, but if I post about it in a fat body, that's bad. But thin people posting about it, great, let's do a big haul. I am not the only person who went to Taco Bell today. There were other people in line. Some people are allowed to enjoy fast food and others are not. And that's based solely on body size.
But thin people probably do that just occasionally, whereas fat people should be more careful about their choices. They do not have the luxury, they already ate enough. In the next TikTok, she replies to a comment she deleted. The difference is that thin people are not one burger away from heart attack, which is both funny and true.
The fact you feel comfortable posting this is really strange. First of all, it was a Taco Bell video, and I'm pretty sure they don't sell burgers. The shitty thing is that no matter what I say, and no matter how many studies I throw at you, no matter anything, you are still going to bury your head in the sand and continue to make these comments on fat people's videos who are just trying to advocate for fair treatment, for a lack of judgment, and for not assuming our health status. It's really good practice as an adult to mind your own business about other people's habits if they're not harming you. And I think you would be a lot better off if you stopped harassing fat people like this. You're not making the world a better place whatsoever by commenting things like this, and I think you need to have a look at yourself and what you're putting out into the world.
Their comment is 100% wrong. My ex had a fast metabolism. Horrible eating habits. He's one Little Caesar pizza away from a heart attack.
Outlier does mean nothing.
In fact, is the other way around. Fat people have faster metabolisms because their bodies require more energy to sustain their larger mass. To continue my thought, poor eating habits and unhealthy lifestyle choices can lead to nutritional deficiencies, inflammation, and hormonal imbalances, which negatively impact brain function and mood regulation. These factors, combined with reduced physical activity, can increase the risk of developing mental health issues such as
I have trichotillomania, which is a hair pulling disorder. Now, this hairstyle might not look like much, but when you have depression and trichotillomania, this is a lot. I have a disorder that is very common, but people just don't want to talk about because of the shame and stigma associated with pulling your hair out. I'm talking about trichotillomania, a body-focused repetitive disorder surrounding your body and pulling hair from it. You can pull hair from your scalp, from your eyebrows, from your eyelashes, from your arms, your legs, your pubic area, anywhere that grows hair, you can pluck it.
If you have an anxious mind and you're prone to comparing, I recently heard some advice or words of wisdom that really, really resonated with me. As someone with OCD, it's really, really easy to get in these patterns of rumination and to feel like you're not normal.
But wait, there's more.
I'm feeling pretty generous this morning, so I really wanted to pose kind of more of a rhetorical, self-processing question, but how would it sit with you in your immediate assumptions that it's related to weight or exercise? that I was struggling more emotionally in socio-emotional everything functioning, and I was more depressed and more anxious when I was thin and extremely active.
You were never thin.
It's always very suspicious when people make comments like this because I was a minor in all of that. And then people are like, oh my god, you look so much better back then. When I was a minor?
Better, yes, not thin. This is you at 16. All this mental health states, while making fun of the conditions.
I actually did it myself. Yeah.
Nice.
Leah frequently discusses societal discrimination and claims of systemic fatphobia. Her narrative often centers on the idea that people in larger bodies are unjustly targeted, painting herself and others in her position as victims of an unforgiving world. But where does this mentality stem from, and how does it impact both her audience and herself? Narratives that focus solely on external blame can create a sense of helplessness and victimhood, shifting responsibility away from individuals and reinforcing the idea that their circumstances are entirely outside their control. This mindset can prevent proactive self-care by discouraging individuals from taking personal actions to improve their well-being, as they may feel that external factors, rather than their own choices and habits, are the only determinants of their health and happiness, reinforcing negative self-perception and stymieing growth.
This is how it feels when you first come onto the internet as a fat person.
I can relate to desperation. My give a fucks are not vacationing.
Hey y'all, I'm snuggled up in bed, so I probably look strange, but I just wanted to come on here because I'm feeling sad, and I also think we need more grief representation. So if you are grieving, whether that be a pet, a human, or another loss.
I grieve my lost weight.
Fatphobia and ableism go hand in hand. This culture of ableism that we have makes people feel entitled to other people's bodies and makes people feel like they can look at and judge and pick apart and know you better than you know you.
You and pizza go hand in hand.
Could you imagine going to Africa? Yes, I'm African, by the way, and pulling this fatphobia crap. The level of derision they would have for you would be nuts.
I know, right? It's so privileged.
Being fat is actually fatphobic. Be better.
Splotchmaker has not shied away from discussing her strained relationship with her parents. She often references feeling unsupported or misunderstood, suggesting her family disapproves of her lifestyle and choices. This ongoing conflict further reinforces her stance as an outsider, amplifying the perception of societal and familial victimization.
Going away to college ruined my relationship with my family. They said the city ruined me. Family members gathered in secret to gossip about how poorly I turned out. They grew up telling me I'd go to college. It was a must, but they said community college was a mistake. Only losers went there, so I went to a state university. They said I wouldn't be able to pay for it. Grants and scholarships paid for most of my undergrad. They mocked me and said it was fake money. At every family gathering, they'd rarely ask about my school. They'd talk about everyone else's, but if I ever talked about mine, they'd go on their phones. I kept going to gatherings and tried to make my studies sound more interesting. I was double majoring and minoring. I was on the dean's and president's list. They didn't care. To them, I was paying to be propagandized and my studies were 100% useless. I started talking about other things, like my relationship and hobbies and interests. They couldn't understand how my partner and I were so happy. They told me from the beginning my partner was going to leave me eventually. We've been together nearly 9 years. I applied to a competitive graduate program and got in first round. I was going to get my master's as a first-gen student. Still, they didn't care. I was crazy and delusional for thinking I could ever be a therapist. I wouldn't be able to handle it. Therapy doesn't work, they said. I stopped going to gatherings. I stopped talking about myself. I stopped asking about things in their life. They gossiped about me still. How rude I was for not seeing them. How mean I was. Nothing I ever did was enough, and nothing I could ever do would be enough. I was done. Now I'm entering my third and final year of my graduate program. I love the city and my career. I learned to stop seeking approval from people who only saw me as a comparison point to their stagnation. I finally chose myself.
Literally, my jaw dropped when I read the last part. Comparison point to their stagnation. Nothing more to add. Let's continue.
Brainwashed from college. I'm on your family's side.
It is devastating to learn that your family's love is conditional. And some of us learned that really early on in life and others learned it later, but it still stings. And the sting only hurts worse when it's due to just simply being who you are. It's not a big explosion. It's not a big disrespect. It's simply existing in a way that they don't want you to exist. That's the most painful thing. If you have a complicated or difficult family dynamic, I want you to hear this. This is the first year I've ever not gone to my family Christmas party, and let me tell you, it feels so good. And all of the lies that your anxiety tries to tell you about how bad you'll feel if you don't go, they're lies. I had a little conversation with myself on deciding whether or not to go, and maybe it can help you. The first thing I asked myself was why I felt it was so important to go. Why was it so important for me to put myself in that environment, knowing all the other times I've been extremely uncomfortable and dismissed? The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, so I did a little checklist with myself, ran through, and I said, there is much more likelihood of me being drained than me having fun. And that showed me I needed to prioritize my well-being. If they really cared about me being there, then they would care about including me. They would care about including you. They would care about respecting you. They would care. It's their fault that I don't want to go. Happy Easter to everyone who has been excluded from family events, from friend events, from public events, because they don't want to get COVID. I'm right there with you, you know, the fake invites. We'd love to see you, but we won't do anything to actually make that possible.
At this point, it sounds more like you have agoraphobia or contamination OCD, to be honest. Avoiding family because of COVID still is pretty ridiculous.
Ask your family if they can please take COVID tests. Then you can spend time with them.
Negative rapid tests are actually not super reliable. They only really have any reliability once symptoms start, and you can be very contagious even before symptoms start. Plus new variants, rapids are.
My family doesn't even see me before they see my weight. If you are not fat, you have no idea how fucked up it is. No, seriously, this is not talked about enough. When we are fat, nowhere is safe unless you seek out and vet safe people. Some of the worst things people have said to me about my weight or my size have come from my family members, have come from my parents. Please listen to this. My brother tested positive for COVID on Saturday in the morning, and he was super sick and was in prolonged continued contact with my mother, who was unvaccinated. He was sick as a dog. My mom sees that. My mom knows the positive test, and what's the first thing she does? She goes to the movies. If you think fat people talk about weight a lot, then you haven't been around or lived with people who are fatphobic. Their entire lives revolve around their weight and making sure they're thin and don't look like us. It's fucking weird.
While many viewers empathize with family struggles, we have to point out that continuously framing oneself as misunderstood can limit the ability to engage in constructive self-reflection. Family rifts and the belief that one is perpetually wronged can amplify mental health stressors. An interesting facet of Splotch's personal life is her long-term relationship with her partner, who uses they/them pronouns. His TikTok is private and he won't accept my request. It would have been interesting to get to know his side better. I'm sorry, their side. They's side.
What, this is so cute. I love you and I am so proud of you always.
Their relationship narrative often underscores shared struggles, including significant weight gain over the years. We can clearly see the weight gain. The fat gain, I mean. Leah's identity as a queer person and her partner's use of gender-neutral pronouns add layers to their shared experiences. However, it's funny how all fat acceptance is queer, which is what a commenter said.
These are the type of people you're supporting if you're supporting people who health police. It's 2024. Why are you putting queer in quotes and saying it like it's a bad thing? Honestly, you're becoming more of a perfect example as your comments continue, and I don't know if you're doing this on purpose to help make my point, but damn.
And this just proves the point that all the discriminations are connected.
I think the point is, how does she have a boyfriend, but is queer?
I want to know why this app has become so homophobic recently. Just like, look at this and look at how many likes it has. When I'm watching my favorite series and suddenly they're adding a new character that's LGBTQ+, with a sad face. I don't get it. Why is it sad? And why does this have 50,000 likes almost? Probably more.
Well, you gotta admit that Hollywood went too far. Splotch often mentions her journey as a second-year grad student in clinical mental health counseling, positioning herself as an upcoming professional in the field. But this brings up an important question. Does Leah's public persona align with what is expected of future mental health counselors?
Anyway, now I'm in the second year of grad school to be a therapist. I've seen clients since September. Never in a million years.
While being in a counseling program is commendable, showcasing behaviors that contradict healthy mental habits raises questions about her readiness to guide others. Leah's social media often reflects a blend of pride and superiority complex when discussing her education and advocacy work. Which is very strange because on the other hand she loves being a victim. The subtle, and sometimes overt, bragging about her studies can come across as a defense mechanism masking deeper insecurities. Being excessively proud about your knowledge can signal a need for validation, especially when it contrasts with seeking help or acknowledging the need for counseling. This leads to an essential conversation. Why do some advocates seem to seek external validation for self-worth?
I'm in a full-time master's program, but you do you. Keep on stereotyping, baby. None of my accomplishments will ever come close to if I decided to get thin.
If you are fat or have ever been fat, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but you will never be anything other than fat. No matter how much I accomplish, no matter how much I do, no matter how good of a person I am, no matter the community I hold, no matter the kindness I extend to others, no matter my politics, no matter my religion, first and foremost, I'm fat. A part of being fat is knowing that to so many people, the most exciting, celebratory, incredible thing you could ever do is get thin.
Getting smaller is the accomplishment above all accomplishments. Above getting a master's degree. Above getting a bachelor's degree. Above landing a great job in your career. Above being in a healthy relationship. Above getting married. Above getting engaged. Above.
A comment I get a lot in my videos is that I'm gonna die alone, no one will ever want me, I will never find love. And I just think it's so funny, especially with Valentine's Day coming up tomorrow. The assumptions that people make about fat people, or about anyone that is in a non-thin, able-bodied, socially acceptable form. I have not been single since 2015. I have been in a relationship since 2015. Tomorrow is going to be my, 8th Valentine's Day where I'm in a relationship.
Such an accomplishment.
And here's the thing about people who are ableist and fatphobic, right? They make all these stereotypes and assumptions about why the people want us, about what we have and what we don't have. But sometimes they will say the quiet part out loud, and it's, I can't believe this person is in a relationship and I'm single. And all I'm going to say about that is a great point for self-reflection if you are in that camp. What do you think love is? Who do you think is deserving of love? What does love mean to you? Maybe we're happy and in relationships because we found people who are not shitty. We found people who are not superficial. We found people who interrogate their biases instead of letting their biases rule their life.
Yes, totally, but also, who cares if you're in a relationship? Says nothing about you as a person.
You'll be single forever, like, I'm right here guys LMFAO.
Fat fetish is a thing.
Mental health professionals agree. Balanced lifestyle choices can significantly improve mental well-being. Leah's decision to go off antidepressants without maintaining structured self-care highlights a broader issue.
Hi, bear with me. I just took off my makeup and did my skincare, but I think I've just always been depressed. I think it's something I've always struggled with, depression, anxiety. So, I think it's just that, plus a big thing is grief. Still miss my kitty cat. Always will. So, dealing with grief, dealing with, just those sort of things. And grad school is awesome and cool, but it's also grad school, and since I'm doing counseling, it's like you're almost put in a box and picked apart, quite literally. So it makes you be really hyper aware of yourself, I think, in a way that is not always healthy.
Still finding excuses for comfort eating, which should not be a thing.
So just the pressure of that, stresses and stuff like that. But as for Lexapro, it was making me so tired. It was making me exhausted. Truly, I could not exist on it. I was on it for about 2 years.
This is what would help. Regular physical activity, balanced diet recommendations, healthy nutrition, good sleep routine. Improvement often starts with acknowledging what needs to change.
I am currently withdrawn from my Lexapro. The acute phase is gone, so I wanted to tell you some of the symptoms I've been having. They're not a lot, but it's wild. For background, I was on it for about 2 years. I was on 15 milligrams, and I was really bad at taking it anyway, so my withdrawal is probably going to be different than your withdrawal. I was kind of taking a pill every 3 to 5 days, almost withdrawing and then going back on it, because it takes 6.1 days for Lexapro to leave your system 99%, and it's been 2 weeks since my last dose, and the 2 symptoms I have that are so wild are severe brain fog and memory shit. Like, I don't even know if I'd call it memory loss. I think it's a part of the brain fog too, so maybe I'm just having brain fog.
It's your weight, homie. Lose weight, you will feel better. That doesn't mean get six-pack abs, just some.
Please go to the gym. I'm not being rude at all. I'm giving you genuine mental health advice. I spent years being 300 pounds and depressed.
I'm answering questions off of my story right now, and one of them was, when did you realize it's okay to be fat? So actually in 2018, I was on sort of like a weight loss kick trying to do that. And then as I got into 2019, the beginning of 2019, my body started changing. You know, I started gaining a little bit of weight, and I was like really struggling with internalized fat phobia because my entire family has taught me from birth, just picked apart my body, said fat is horrible.
But that mindset was perfect. Look what your new thinking got you. Okay, tell us what changed.
But my body was changing, so I needed to dress it. I've only thought about the origins of how I unlearned it or the inciting moments a few times, but it really was just fat fashion and fat influencers who post fashion outfits or daily life content. I started watching Emma Thompson Hill in 2019 to kind of figure out clothing hauls and like where I could get clothes that fit my body now that I wasn't straight size. And I had never seen a fat person that was happy. Never. I didn't think that was a thing. Because at that point, my social media was just full of before and after weight loss pages and things like that. So, like, I was just really in this environment at home and online that was really fat phobic. I watched more of her videos, I followed her, and I followed other fat creators, and I had a moment to myself. I'm like, they look good when they're fat. They're not supposed to look good when they're fat, but they do.
It's bullshit.
I realized it was okay to be fat when I saw other people okay with being fat. And not just being okay with it, but actively trying not to change it and living their life to the fullest.
Actively trying not to change it. What do you mean? They forced themselves to keep the weight? What does this mean?
They had belly lines and big stomachs and big arms, and they didn't care.
Who cares?
From there, I unfollowed all of the weight loss pages, and I just followed a whole bunch of fat creators, which then led me into following people into fat liberation.
This have to be the worst decision of your life.
Which then got me interested in fat liberation and fat positivity, you know, true body positivity. And then I started following people that posted infographics, you know, disproving all of these things I had thought that were fact. And I was presented with new information that I just hadn't had before because the world's fat phobic and doesn't want you to realize that you can be fat and be fine.
The new information is wrong, and why be just fine and not even better?
Be fat and be fine. So sometime in 2019, I realized it was okay to be fat because so many people were. And I had tried so hard, and it made me miserable. And I realized I had a choice between staying miserable in a body that was not going to change back to being thin. That thin ideal was gone after reading from so many scholars, my personal experience, everyone else's experiences. I realized I can live my life and be fat, or stall it and keep being miserable. I hope that answered everything.
Like, I really started this account in 2020, Splotchmaker, just as like a makeup account, and I wasn't very good at makeup, so splotchy makeup maker. I make splotches, my makeup splotchy makeup, Splotchmaker. And now I'm here with y'all. It's so sweet and so special, and thank you so much.
23. Queer, leftist, fat, vegan, fat liberation, grad student. She spent a lot of time posting about her cat, even long after she was gone. I bet she heard that sound a lot. She lives in a messy home. And is very lazy.
I'm gonna do it, and you are gonna keep me accountable. I'm gonna clean my room. And I'm gonna do this hack I saw on here called June bugging, where like you get very specific about what you're cleaning and you always come back to it. Instead of saying you're cleaning your room like I just did, you say I'm cleaning my bed. I'm cleaning the desk. And the desk is the biggest thing for me right now. I'm gonna clean the desk. And I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like before and what it looks like after. Here is what it looks like right now. I just throw everything on it as I'm going out the door. All my packages, random everything. But I'm gonna clean up all this mess. I'm going to organize this and take out the recycling.
Okay, let's see how it went.
Well, I did a little bit of it. I got distracted and I went, I'm on break. And then I laid down and went scroll on my little phone. I think it looks a little better. You know, we're organizing some things, you know, a little bit. I'll check in again sometime when I finish it, but that'll be a separate video. So here's to hoping I finish it sometime. I will finish it.
And she never did. She makes fun of people earning from ads.
I have to show you guys my new water recipe. It's Rockstar Punched. You have to get this amazing hands-free recording device. It has completely changed my life with content creation. You guys weren't lying about the TikTok shop hair growth oil, you know. I was kind of skeptical, but in just 2 months, my hair has grown an inch. Look at it. I did not want to give away my secret, but I have to. I can't gatekeep anymore. I can't. I can't keep the men off of me. These pheromones, I tried out the viral hand sanitizer and you will not believe how well it sanitizes. It's only $10 more on here than on Amazon, and instead of Prime shipping, it's 3-month shipping.
And does the same.
I got this sent from Bath Pack, which is like a continuous spray mist bottle for your hair, and I've never tried one. But I wanted to put some water in it and then spritz down my hair. So I'm a 5X, and I really wanted to see how inclusive this towel was. This is the Joni. This fits up to a 7X. They also have Gemma and Ava, who are smaller. This fully wraps around the armpit, around my shoulders. Like, this is how much extra I have.
I think your skin needs more attention than your hair. The fast food did too much damage. Or maybe it is not all fast food's fault. And what is this 7X, 8X? Is there 100X?
Take a look around. Do you see her anywhere? News flash. You're not gonna.
Let's see some of her masterpieces before my final thoughts.
People love to wonder why fat people talk about being fat all the time. And I think that's a really big misconception, because we talk about it a lot because the world talks about it. If the world wasn't so fat phobic, I wouldn't have to be so aware of that as a part of my own identity. We talk about it because we have to, because we're in this era of needing to bring visibility to fatness in a way that isn't just shitty.
Your identity is what you make of it, not what others choose for you. Take accountability, girl.
I don't usually respond to comments like this, but I think it is a perfect example of feeling entitled to other people's health statuses. My health is no one else's business but my own, just like your chaotic bottom's health is no one's business but your own. But we have this culture of entitlement towards fat people. This was in response to me making a comment saying, everything's fine. Basically, thanks for the concern. Everything's Gucci. I'm in charge of my own health. I'm a really good healthcare advocate. And apparently, the face I've always had
says otherwise.
I literally went to that comment and I am shocked. Everyone under that video is just harassing you. I'm so sorry.
That's after I deleted like genuinely 500 comments, not counting the countless YouTube videos.
Often we hear contradicting, wildly different perspectives from marginalized groups on the same topic. How do we know who to believe? For example, I am fat, and I believe current healthcare practices and stereotypes about fat people are really harmful. Yet a regular comment I receive is, I'm fat too, and I don't think body shaming, fat shaming, stereotypes about fat people are wrong. And I think we need to look at two things. One, are they actually a part of the group that they are speaking on behalf of? And two, are they centering harm reduction? There is a big weight loss trend happening right now, as there kind of always is. So I wanted to hop on and say you don't have to join them. You don't have to join people in shrinking their bodies in pursuit of an arbitrary beauty standard. It's not sustainable, and there are much, much better ways to pursue health than just shrinking your body.
Don't lose weight.
People forget that what you like is often based on what you see, which is why representation is so important. What we see is not a direct reflection of what is genuinely likable and attractive and good. It is a reflection of what the people in power want us to think is good and pure and attractive. We soak up so much more from the world and our environment than we like to think. We are not immune to propaganda. People get high and mighty about things like disabilities and fatness, like they're somehow inherently bad and unattractive and not good.
But you do the propaganda.
Hey girl, maybe just accept the fact that most people aren't attracted to fat people and it has nothing to do with brainwashing.
If you get hated on a lot online, or you're someone who gets really affected by people not liking you or saying negative things about you, I have a little perspective shift for you by way of a quote, and that is, "Your boos mean nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer." And I know it's from Rick and Morty, but I cannot stress how important that mindset is. Being fat is actually very cool because you get to find out who people are very, very quickly. You find out if people are assholes and horrible people very quickly and very easily. No more are there moments of like, oh, I didn't know they were weird. I didn't know, like, they were mean. I didn't know they were gonna, like, be so judgy. We know. Immediately we know. There's this stereotype that fat people are just thinking about food all the time. And let me just tell you who thinks about food all the time. It's not a body type. It's people who are trying to restrict. It's people who are obsessed with their weight. I have never met anyone that is more obsessed with food than me back when I was really thin and fat phobic. Other people who are really thin and fat phobic. Other people who are fat and fat phobic. Other people who are any size and fat phobic. First of all, it's not wrong to think about food. We need food to survive. But two, we need to stop with this stereotyping based on someone's body of like, this is all you think about, that's all your life, that's all you do. People just can't understand that I'll just be sitting doing my thing and I'll be like, damn, I really need some fucking fruit right now. Or damn, I need a fucking salad. Or I need some fucking protein. Like,
don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Like, they don't think that I could ever want a vegetable. They don't think I could ever be vegan. They don't think I could ever do anything in my life that isn't revolving around when can I get the next crumb. I just think I need fruit. I need protein. I get it. And I move on with my day. It's truly that simple. Fat people are not gluttonous and greedy and selfish and obsessed with food.
Sure, we believe you. If you have watched at least one episode of my 600 pounds life, I think about food constantly, is the most frequent sentence. And you are not far from them.
Says the one who posts about food and fat people all the time currently.
You most likely have a food addiction if you are fat. You are eating more than your body needs, so you must be constantly snacking or eating.
You lie to yourself by lying to us.
Non-alcoholic but pro-diabetic drink for sure.
God damn.
And they're saying, oh, thank God I don't look like you. You're a worst case scenario. At least I'm not that. People literally...
Yes, people think about you everywhere and all the time. And don't tell people what to think.
The only way to be credible as a fat person on anything is to say that you've lost a significant amount of weight. Like, the only people that are not getting constant harassment are the fat people who are constantly telling everyone that they are trying to be thin.
So only people who try to better themselves are ones who get support? Sounds about right.
Here's why it doesn't really make sense when you say, they're fine to be fat. It's just about me. I'm not fine with being fat. There's this big cultural understanding in the whole field of weight loss that it's just about ourselves. And, you know, other people, I don't judge them for being fat. There's a little bit of a dissonance there. Why do you not like being fat?
Fuck off. You went too far. You cannot make me want to be fat. You are a very bad person.
Not everything is about you though.
This video did not turn out the way I intended to. I started by watching all of her TikTok videos. After 2 weeks of losing brain cells, I noticed that many of the videos I have previously covered are missing. So I dug deeper. It turns out that at some point in time, she became self-conscious and aware of the nonsense herself, came back to her senses and deleted a lot of her old content. However, I managed to find some. Let's watch few.
Hey, stop being a dick to fat people, huh? It's a good idea. Shutting your mouth and minding your business. Every year, fat phobia becomes less and less acceptable. So in about 10 or 15 years, I don't want to see y'all pretending like you didn't enjoy and engage in fatphobic content. You can do whatever you want with your body, including intentional weight loss, but don't act like your actions exist in a vacuum, because all your actions have consequences, and when you post that sort of content, you're directly contributing to a toxic body hierarchy.
Isn't this true for your content?
It really bothers me when fat people get this question: who wants to be oppressed? That's just a Republican talking point. It's null, it's void, nada. I love going into the doctor for any sickness, any ailment, and having it be either attributed to my gender or my weight or both. Might be my spiciest take yet. Call me bitter, call me jealous, call me whatever you want. It's all interaction. But I find so much satisfaction when giant accounts that are so harmful and push excessive, extreme weight loss, promote fear tactics surrounding fatness, and then I check up on them, and they're gaining the weight back. It just feels like sweet, sweet karma.
You are so evil.
Like, oh, people are so fucking ignorant. Oh, they're so proud of it. The Whale is a shitty fucking movie, and if you think it's like pure cinema, please take a look inside of yourself, please. Me one day randomly having the urge to stop being ugly. Hashtag weight loss, 1.1 million likes. All it is just calling fat people ugly. Like...
I approached this deep dive with the goal of better understanding the perspectives of fat acceptance activists, with an open mind to potentially changing my views on the movement. I ran a poll in the community section to decide whom to cover. My goal? To see life from the lens of a fat activist, a month in their shoes. After spending this time exploring her content, I can say it was an experience, entertaining at points, but ultimately reaffirming my views rather than challenging them. I began with mixed feelings, initially feeling some empathy but eventually shifting to disappointment and frustration. Leah frequently seems focused on garnering sympathy from her followers, often filtering out any critical feedback while presenting herself as intellectually and morally above others. This sense of superiority, coupled with a frequent search for excuses, left a strong impression that she resents the idea of change and actively resists it. Leah appears isolated, spending most of her time at home with her partner. The irony is that many of the mental health struggles she references may stem from this cycle of inactivity and weight. While I do see some intelligence in her, a fresh approach for her might be to engage more in the world outside social media, which may provide both a broader perspective and new sources of fulfillment. Perhaps future stories from other fat activists will influence my perspective differently. Like and subscribe for future deep dives, and let me know which figure we should explore next. Let's end this video with full TikTok nonsense and be fat phobic.
You cannot win on the internet as a fat person, because if you show self-confidence, you show that you're secure, then people, one, either think you're totally faking it, or two, think you are a complete delusional narcissist.
Which is true for you?
Because apparently smiling in your videos and being generally happy with your life when you're fat is something that people think is impossible. But then if you show any lacking of confidence, if you show any lapse or insecurity, they latch onto it and they say, of course you're insecure, you're fat, and then they use that to discredit the rest of the movement, saying this is the truth and everyone else is lying, saying that at our core we are insecure and just projecting everything onto other people. Fat people are allowed to be happy with their lives.
But how are you happy with your life and depressed at the same time? Is it even theoretically possible?
Why is it narcissistic for a fat person to not take hate, to be smiling and bubbly and be willing to have an opinion and be informed? How come that is stigmatized? But if a thin person were to do it, suddenly they have credibility. Because at the end of the day, it all comes down to credibility. Nothing a fat person does, outside of constantly apologizing for their fatness and actively changing it. Why can't a fat person be happy? Why can't a fat person be normal? I have people in my comments every day, I see it in other people's comments. If a fat person is doing a thing, they will be hated on doing that thing because they're fat. Why is a fat person making makeup content?
That's a genuine question. I think obese person should have different priorities rather than trying to artificially enhance appearance.
Why is a fat person doing a travel vlog? Why is a fat person going to school? Why is a fat person insert any other hobby or life activity instead of being at the gym, instead of losing weight? Our entire lives don't have to be about our weight, which is another funny thing, because all over my comments, all over the internet,
if your content is about fat, what should I comment? What is the weather?
when people talk about fat activism, people talk about body diversity, people talk about body positivity, they say, all you do is make everything about your weight. But if we try to do anything not related to our weight, it's, why are you doing this? You need to be losing weight. And it might be hard to believe if you haven't experienced it yourself, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. And it doesn't mean it isn't common. These are shameful experiences that people don't want to talk about. People don't want to talk about how they're being bullied. People don't want to talk about how they're being harassed. Some people just want to forget it's even happening. Some people just try to give benefit of the doubt. It's hard to reckon with the fact that you're being bullied. It's hard to even be willing to acknowledge that and not internalize that self-blame and say we deserve it. Because I also get fat people in my comments every day saying we deserve it. We deserve fat shaming.
No, you don't. I've read all your comments. Another lie.
So people don't want to talk about how they're being harassed, but fat people can't win on the internet because at the end of the day, you guys just don't want to see us. You don't want to see us because you don't want to be us.
But what are you trying to win? On the internet? A marathon?
There's so much internet talk about people saying they would literally kill themselves if they were fat. People who grow up fat grow up trying to figure out where the hell they're gonna slice into themselves so that they can finally give themselves their own lipo and shit. In like elementary school, dude, like that's not cool. That is the type of anti-fatness that we are up against. It's deep. Fat people are only allowed to be doing one thing, and that is losing weight. So therefore, I am a narcissist, I am a liar for talking about my relationship, for talking about how fat people should not be harassed, for going to grad school.
Again with the grad school.
For playing video games, even working out. Because if you talk about working out or post a workout video that isn't exclusively revolved around calories and losing weight and getting smaller and how many pounds you've already lost, then it's useless. It's a pointless activity. Literally, it's not about being healthier. The only way a fat person can exist online or in public is by being smaller.
What is this word salad?
Is by obsessing over our size, obsessing over our health in these ways that are so harmful. This is why people grow up thinking that they can't do life. Life can't start for them until they lose weight. They can't go on that trip. They can't go to that relationship, or they can't go to that job, they can't go to school, they can't do this, they can't pursue their dreams, they can't go do anything until they lose weight. Fat people start with a wall in front of them that they have to scale before they can even enter into the graces of society. You can't live your life, you can't enjoy your life until you scale that fence.
Well, life isn't all about eating. The enjoyment of food.
Until you lose that weight, until you get to the other side and you're thin. Then you can be happy with yourself. Then you can be healthy. Then you can be in that relationship. Then you can be in that friend group. Then you can get that job. Then you can wear that bikini. Then you can eat that food. That's the only way we're accepted. That is the only thing a fat person can do. And we must never dare to try to do anything before then. And y'all will try to retaliate and keep us in that box. And try to keep us feeling small.
Small?
Through your little comments and videos and responses and critiques. You need to remind us that that is our thing. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And we're ridiculous and should be embarrassed doing anything else. Because fat people aren't credible. What we say doesn't happen. What we say happened to us, what we say we experience, that's not real. And if it is, well, then you asked for it. We don't have to listen to that. We shouldn't have to endure that. But until the culture catches up, that fatphobia and the harassment we receive is actually bullying and is actually problematic and isn't okay.
Bullying is not okay for sure. But fatphobia is. If that is even a thing, we should all be fatphobic, scared of fat, knowing what health complications it brings.
We are going to have to continue to endure this shit and do our best to find community and just ways through it. Because no matter what, there's only one right way for us to live. Also, I would just like to point out as a PSA, I just watched through the video, and I was reminded that fat people get called out for making now all their content about their weight if they dare to talk about fat positivity, body liberation, body diversity, any sort of shit where you're not supposed to hate yourself. And you're a fat person. Or you're talking about your experiences being fat. you're making weight your entire thing. You're making your fatness entire thing. But people who do weight loss pages and their entire content is just weight loss. It's also about weight. It's also about their body. But somehow that does not get the same treatment. That does not get called the same thing.
Well, it's bettering versus harming yourself. Not the same thing, yes.
Imagine spewing the garbage fat acceptance nonsense you do, and when people push back with facts you call it bullying. Yikes. So sad.
Why is a fat person going to school? Something that has never been said ever.
The internet is filled with trolls. Don't listen. If you're not pissing people off, you're not doing it right. I'm so sorry though, BB. Sending.
We gotta shift the culture.
What do you think about Leah's story and the broader conversation?
I'm not the biggest fan of Lizzo, but I will be damned if a group of thin women hate on her.
What are you going to do? Bully them into liking her?
Do not comment on someone's weight change. If you perceive someone to be smaller or bigger, don't.
Didn't you literally comment on Taylor's weight about her anorexia?
Fatness doesn't have to be glorified or normalized because it is normal. Not only is it normal, but it's natural. It exists in every single species of animal on this planet.
This cannot be true. It may exist in pets because of us, but it cannot be true in the wilderness, as no fat animal will survive. Or will the fat antelope outrun the lion?
Gee, I don't know, exalted Fauci. Why would fat people exercise if not to lose weight? Honestly, why are fat people even sleeping? They could just be exercising all night long.
To piss off fat phobes, obviously.
Back in 2007, there was this study that showed essentially that being friends with fat people or being related to fat people increased your chances of being fat yourself. And after that, there was this panic about the obesity epidemic and how you shouldn't hang out with fat people because that would make you more likely to be fat.
Well, to be honest, what Fish Lips is saying has some truth to it. I struggled with weight most of my life, and my friends adopted my love of food.
Fat people exist. People who are 600 pounds exist. Disabled people who become fat because of their disability exist. Not every fat person who is 500 or 600 pounds is that size because they have a binge eating disorder.
If we left people with EDs keep making decisions for themselves without helping them, we would be living in a more fucked up world.
You think our ancestors had to think about how much they ate? No, it's called intuitive eating.
Our ancestors couldn't order junk food from the coach, and used to have a more active life. You can't compare us with our ancestors.
The fact that United, Delta, and American Airlines will also reimburse plus-size passengers for their second seat, even though it's not policy, but out of goodwill, means so much to me, and I know it's going to help so many plus-size travelers, so thank you so much for sharing this information.
Okay, I physically cannot sleep sitting down, and I've never slept on a flight, so I deserve 2 seats out of goodwill so I can lay down.
Encouraging lazy people.
A short guy. It's preference. If a guy doesn't want to date a girl that's overweight, he's an ass.
Can we please put this age-old debate to bed? Women have preferences. Men have deal breakers.
Perhaps you should put as much effort into getting fit as you do bashing men for wanting a fit woman.
So we should just date someone we aren't attracted to? I doubt that would make a big girl feel any better than being honest.
Because losing weight is hard. And in order to do it, I think people convince themselves that being fat is bad. Because
aesthetics aside, for medical reasons of course it's bad.
That then justifies the tortures they put their bodies through in order.
So diet and exercise is torturing your body, but being obese is not?
The Whale is a fatphobic film about a man trying to eat himself to death. And whenever I've made a video about it and referencing that they shouldn't use a fat suit, no film should use a fat suit.
Maybe these potentially hypothetical 600 pounds actors don't get hypothetical roles because they hypothetically suck.
Go outside, touch some grass. Also sorry, the idea that actors can only play themselves negates the whole point of acting.
I recently started a petition that demands the FAA to protect plus-size travelers and customers of size, which millions have heard about now around the world.
Yes, this, especially with them getting so much smaller.
Or maybe you getting bigger.
How can you say that humans were not meant to be my size when we do exist today and have always existed?
Existing makes it natural.
Fat people experience oppression for being fat in a way that thin people do not experience oppression for being thin. Fat people are denied access to health insurance, life insurance.
So I do hate body shaming, but there is a choice that someone has to make to be big.
This is just gushing. Hashtag first world problems.
Body confidence won't unclog your arteries.
It's not okay to be fat.
I really hear you, Christine.
It's not okay to be fat, but it's okay to be rude and unkind.
So you're wondering if there are plus-size friendly towels or towels for bigger bodies, and I'm here to tell you there are. As a frame of reference, I wear size 6X, and I've been able to find bath towels and towels for the beach that wrap around my entire body.
6X surely should be a sign that something needs to change.
You are saying blanket wrong.
How many times would it go around me?
As a plus-size travel blogger, I am never flying with these airlines. And the first one on my list is American Airlines. So here are the reasons why I wouldn't fly with American Airlines. Their seats tend to be on the smaller size, and there's like horror stories of plus-size people being like dragged off their planes, and that just isn't happening for me.
Any recommendations on super fat-friendly, all-inclusive resorts?
The gym.
It is okay to be fat. It is beautiful to be fat. Fatness is protective and soft and comforting.
Protective? Protect you from fall? Sure, but increases inflammation, so negatively affects you.
Here she is! The elephant! Address me! Address me! I'm waiting!
Elephants are also cute and with "come on, fight me, I dare you" energy.
No one should have to endure the discomfort, embarrassment, and discrimination that often comes with being a plus-size passenger trying to navigate air travel.
Look, Jaylene, you can have your extra seat, you can have 10 extra seats. But you've got to pay for them. Why should you be entitled to special treatment?
All of us, diabetic or not, against these drug manufacturers who are just like charging people up the butt for life-saving medication and have the capacity to produce it so that there is enough for everyone who needs it, for everyone who is prescribed it, and they choose not to.
They simply didn't have the ability to make it that fast. They are building labs at record speed to catch up to demand.
It's eating disordered people versus diabetic people.
Is it okay if I'm like dead ass naked? Like I brought some outfits too, but I would like to be like completely naked. And she was fine with that. When the photo shoot was over, she asked me if I was planning on giving the pictures to my husband as a gift, to which I said, no. I told her that when she approached me with this idea, I saw it as an opportunity. I told her that as a fat woman, I wanted to teach her by example how to treat other fat women in this space.
But wait, was the photographer negative to you? Why did you feel the need to school her? Assuming that everyone has a fat bias is biased. Assuming that I will judge you for your weight is projection. You don't have to teach most.
Are they choosing to lose weight because of negative beliefs they hold around fatness and fat people?
What are the negative beliefs? I am immobile, have diabetes and other medical conditions?
As a plus-size travel blogger, I am never flying with these airlines. And another airline that I avoid as a plus-size traveler is Hawaiian Airlines, and let me tell you why. They reserve the right to not board or not transport a plus-size passenger if the flight is full and they need a second seat.
If the flight is full and there's not enough room, what do you expect them to do?